Welcome. How you doing, Chris? What's good, you guys? Remember? Hi, Mr. Aquarius. Can you bear with me just 2 minutes? All right, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you for your patience. Are you ready? Calm down, girl. Calm down. Calm down, girl. You couldn't see. You couldn't see. How it just Mr. Aquarius. I hope I didn't show the full moon. It was just a little cleavage. Look at you. That's what I'm talking about. Good score. All right. You and I. Nice strike. Come on. Man. Nice strike. Man, I keep getting the splits. I'm trying. I need these two. Nice strike. No, it's Aquarius. You and I win. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Thank you. Great job. Thank you for your patience. Good job. How was physical therapy? have your last appointment on? Is it your last appointment on Friday? Oh, okay. All right. I'll let you know. So he's going to another location on Friday, and then so Monday you'll go to a new location just once. I understand that. I understand that. But is it going to be in a new location just one time? Oh, so and you'll be who are you going to be with next Monday? Oh wow. Wow. Okay. I got you. Right. All right. So um, you got Friday with your normal guys, then Monday with Marcus, and you're done, right? Right. I got you. One hundred percent. All right, Mr. Phillips. Well, sweet dreams, and we'll play tomorrow night, guys. Well, thank you again for your patience. Good, girls. Absolutely. Okay. Sweet dreams. Yo, how are you? How are you? What's up, man? How's your day going? Yeah. What are you saying? Yo, how are you? Yes, domestic units, which used for demanded to leave as well unless they were to convict. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted his many successes with a tremendous level of confidence. And look, you're working with really good instruments. You've got my copper astrolabe, you've got my perfected Alphonsine tables. You cannot go wrong. And in fact, Vasco da Gama did tremendously well. I founded the Cape of Good Hope and visited India and really, in many ways, initiated the astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that point he sort of re-examined his bearings, to extend his astronomical metaphor, and he took on a totally different course. He fled with the masses of Portuguese Jews, many of whom were originally Spanish Jews who were moved to Portugal after 1492. He was captured twice, very difficult ransom fight from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis, then later he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. He said, you know what? No longer going to write about astronomy. He did read one small book, but it was not kind of a huge, just kind of like a memoir sort of book. And he wrote this book called Sleeper Yuchasin, which is a fascinating title. Yuchasin is lineage of Yuchas, the difference from the as well. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. It seems that he wrote it in Hebrew, although he wrote many of his own books in Hebrew as well, chose to specifically devote Hebrew to the book. It seems that he sort of had a change of heart, and said that I've given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and my people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness of Jewish existence as a minority in the States. And he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution, describing how Jews were moved from one location to another, chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite their contributions to large society. This is one of the early works in what Professor Sullivan from the university called lachrymose marker Jewish history, in which lachrymose means tear-filled. We have this view of Jewish history as we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time we're doing so much more for the societies around us. It's a very martyr-like language, which reminds me of a joke. Please forgive me if I tell you this hardcore joke. I know we're here to lecture, but this is a funny joke. So, my jokes are not by definition funny. But the joke goes like this. This is, I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you recall what it was like back then, so much shortages in consumer goods that lines would form everywhere, drop of the hat. If you heard that a particular store was open, people would stand in line and they would buy anything. They had Czechoslovakian shoes, only size 7. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would barter them, in various open-air markets. So, anyways, there's this lineup of Chekha outside a grocery store, and there's cucumbers ready on sale. And everyone's standing there in line, and there are all these different nationalities, Russians, and Slovakians, and Lithuanians, Czech, Jews, and all kinds of people. So they're standing in line, and the door opens, or the window opens, and the manager leans out and says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks of cucumbers has broken down and will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews please leave the line." So what do? They packed up their line. Closes the window. A little later, he opens up the window. He says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia, and that less cucumbers than we expected. So therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbeks, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line." So, this goes on. Lithuanians leave, Latvians, Poles, everyone to find these only pure Soviet citizens standing in line. And the guy opens up the door and says, "We just learned the last truck has caught fire, and there are no trucks arriving today. No cucumbers at all. Everyone please go home." So Ivan turns to the door and says, "You see, the Jews get all the bricks." So in many ways, the Sefer Yuchasin, which we're talking now about a 16th century history, follows a model that we repeat over and over again by many historians.
it's not the first of the series. You could even say that some of the biblical books follow this kind of metaphor. Of the lachrymose model, though, the Jews get all the breaks, said in a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the work of his maturity, the work of his old age, as he reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence in the diaspora. So, in terms of his legacy, you get a sense of the importance of people like Zacuto for understanding the Iberian reality. They were somehow, first under Muslims and then under Christians like Zacuto, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their societies. With few exceptions like minorities who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to great heights. We've seen already Hastai ibn Shapur, the great diplomat, Shmuel Hanafian, who basically led a Muslim army for 16 years, incredibly famous as a Jew doing this, and at the same time writing an important Talmud commentary that's published with every tractate for authority even to this day. Yehuda Halevi, the great secular poet and doctor, who at the same time is entertaining Arabic masters with his Hebrew book, with his Arabic poetry, and with Ezra and so on. Abraham is the last perhaps of all of these things. He's somehow able to bring these things together in a unique form, contributing both Jewish knowledge through its sacred literacy and at the same time contributing to world knowledge through the development of the proper astrolabe and the perfection of the Alphonse English. What are the factors that made it possible? It's very hard to identify any that were present at that time that are not present at other times. I would like to hazard, however, that some of the things might be a sort of openness to society in the Jewish world that's not necessarily present in other areas. An openness, an idea that Jews, should not be closed off to any body of knowledge simply because they were Jewish. There was no idea that these scientific endeavors were somehow taboo because they were practiced primarily by Christians or by Muslims. Obviously, we don't have that many Jews excelling in Christian theology, or maybe we do, I haven't studied them. But that's probably, the great part of the reason for their success is this lack of fear of the toxicity of outside society. At the same time, as we shall see beginning next week, it was indeed toxic because the ferocity of first the Inquisition and then the expulsion was so unprecedented and so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened to any other society. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Christians, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought them down. As we shall see next week, it was the complicated relationship between the conversos and their attachment to the traditional Jewish community that ultimately made the expulsion inevitable to kind of spell out or slaves to the ideology of the purity of the life. That's something we'll have to explore in much greater detail starting next week. I want to remind you that Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we'll have an amazing Jewish poetry meeting. Some special in November. I really hope to see you there. It's nice to sit with you in the audience and listen to someone else. Maybe make some jokes and criticize them. But with that, I'd like to conclude the lecture for tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Tonight's topic is a very difficult one, I have to say. This is not someone that I would necessarily choose ideally as our subject or as a preface. He's an extremely important figure in many ways, but I'm choosing him primarily because he is emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews faced during the extremely terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion. He'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews from 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Sevilla, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century. We have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, after spending so much time this week in particular being immersed in the Spanish Inquisition, but I will try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the joke about the guy who his therapist tells him it's time to step away? No, okay, so the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish man who's been going to a very competent psychologist for many, many years. And he's worked through all of his issues one at a time, and he's really made tremendous progress. So finally, the therapist says to him, listen, Irving, you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience working with you, but I really think it's time cut the apron strings and let you go out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back to see me twice a week like you have been for so long. And Irving says, well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. Without regular contact. So listen, I'll tell you what, Irving. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, and you can call me anytime, 24/6, anytime you have any kind of problem. Just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer, and we'll work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, he trusts his therapist. He says, fine. So we pick up his wife. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning, and the psychologist wakes up, groggy, says, hello, hello. He says, doctor, it's Irving. I had a terrible, terrible night. I need to talk to you about it. And he says, oh, no problem, Irving. I'll help you out. What happened? He says, well, doctor, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother, and that you were smothering me, and that you were controlling every aspect of my life, and I couldn't make a single decision without, consulting with you. And so the doctor said, well, what did you do about it? I said, well, I woke up shivering and shaking, and I figured I'd better go settle my stomach, so I went into the kitchen, and I sat down, and I made myself some tea, and I had a little breakfast. I had, a couple of pieces of Melba toast, and then I called you. And the doctor said, no, a couple of pieces of Melba toast, that's what you call breakfast? It takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit. Okay, all right. Thank you for listening to me. It makes me feel better. Okay, let's do the good and welfare. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Phil Alvarez, who has been watching these lectures for quite some time. He's quite expert in this particular subject, far more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the Simeon family, which is actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion. When they take on the name Coronel, it's actually quite an illustrious family for many centuries. So we're very grateful to him for sponsoring this lecture. All of these sponsorships go, of course, to our scholarship fund, which has raised now almost $11,000. So we're very grateful for that. By the way, we will be starting, God willing, out in the new semester, a whole new series focusing on the Sephardic diaspora, including as well as Mizrahi Jews and their traditions. And we'll be seeking a whole bunch more sponsorships at that time as well. Very important reminder, tomorrow night, a tremendous event. We're going to have a poetry reading by the incomparable Yoshua November, who's a professor on our campus, very beloved professor teaching English composition in particular. His poetry has been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will all come, because we spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period tomorrow. So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be sushi and other foodstuffs to entertain us. Okay. In terms of the academic resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Weinert, shown here. He was born in Russia in the 1917, an auspicious year, a century ago. He served in the Latvian army, and then immediately after finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah to study at Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF, in the intelligence division, and ultimately he became a professor at Hebrew University. He served as the Dean of Humanities at Ben Gurion University of the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor once again at Hebrew University. So his analysis is extremely important. He, if you were to concentrate narrowly on Senior, in one of his books that I used for this presentation, he has about 100 densely packed pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of financial records of the Senior family, which is, quite stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail. But really, he is the number one go-to source for this period. Okay, so what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data that we're studying tonight? He was born probably in 1412. We're not precisely sure of that date, but his eventual conversion to Christianity occurred in the year 1492, and according to contemporary accounts, he was somewhere in his 80s, perhaps late 70s at the time, so that's where we get that date. He was a major Spanish financier, Rabbi de la Corte. He was the official financier of the Hermandad, which is an important institution in the Spanish government. He was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in most medieval economies. Basically, a tax farmer, because we live in an era when the state deals with us on an individual level. It's funny, I just updated my W4 today. The state, because they deal with us as individuals, numbered individuals, their social security numbers, they tax us directly and immediately and frequently and often too much. But in the medieval period, taxation was conducted through communities, a corporate nature society. So the Jews as a whole would receive a tax assessment, and the tax assessment would have to be calculated and paid on a communal level. How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed, that was up to them. Similarly, the idea of being a tax farmer is that the king could give typically a Jew the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king set that amount at, let's say 100 ducats, just for taking a round term. If the Jew were able to raise 110 ducats, then the 10 ducat profit would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farming was. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly. His adopted name, once he converted, was Fernand Nunez Coronel. It was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernand. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. If you know Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations because they were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy at the time. His son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who is referred to frequently as Rabbi, so evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Hernan Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. In less charitable accounts of his life, in particular, the term senior is sometimes punched negatively as sone or, meaning Hebrew one who hates light. He converted to Christianity because he hates the light of Judaism. That's the derogatory name. As we shall see towards the end of tonight's lecture, it's considered a more nuanced and complicated decision. And if anything, as a historian, our goal tonight is to try and give some perspective as to what must have gone on in his mind. My job is not to give a value judgment, but at least to provide some information and context for others who are interested in engagement. This is incidentally his signature shown here. We have, in terms of our source base, a tremendous array of sources, but they are almost all financial in nature. Bills, receipts, lawsuits, of which there are many, royal commands to Senor, and summonses if these commands were not followed correctly, and so on. But we know very little about, for example, where his family is from, even his own birthday. A lot of his family issues are simply lost because our source base is essentially financial and governmental. So here's the basic problem that affects to a certain degree Judaism, but especially affected the Christian world, and was very significant for many of the processes that we will be discussing today. And that is basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Nyla and the Kodesh for the most. One ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant at the time, then they are a Christian, that's it. They cannot get back to Judaism. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you recall that the most tragic of these stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in the 1840s in Italy. And in fact, apparently Steven Spielberg was working on a movie version of the Mortara affair. A very sad story where there was this Jewish household, and they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy, who I believe was about 6 years old at the time, I think his first name was Arturo, I'm not sure exactly, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid, who loved the boy very much, she's a living maid, she cared for them, she loved the boy very much, she was worried that he was going to die of the flu, and he would go and, because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. And so therefore she secretly brought him to the church and had him baptized, just to protect his eternal soul. It happened that the child recovered, but the maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy had been baptized, and amazingly the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family. And despite this is 1840, this is pretty much the modern era, despite the best efforts of the family and international Jewish pressure, Moses Montefiore was very much involved. They were not able to exert the release of this child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery, becoming a priest, and engaging in some Jewish proselytism afterwards. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. So certainly in the 15th century, we're going to have this problem. So the church is going to be trapped in this ideology, just like Ferdinand and Isabella in particular, that once Jews are converted, even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the purvey of the church, and they may not be returned to Judaism. This will be the problem that we explore many times. I'll also like to say one more word, to a certain degree, as a kind of a prologue. My first encounter as a historian with the Spanish Inquisition was ironically through the Holocaust. This important book, The Destruction of the European Jews, is one of the great initial studies of the Holocaust by a very important historian known as Raoul Hilberg. Hilberg is certainly the father of Holocaust studies, certainly the father of Holocaust studies. He dove into the Nazi archives, and he wrote this massive 3-volume work which essentially dissected the very mechanics of the bureaucracy of Nuremberg. And it's a fascinating study and landmark study that has shaped all Holocaust historians afterwards. He's been criticized for relying too heavily, perhaps, on Nazi documents. He downplays, for example, Jewish resistance and things like that, but that's not our purpose today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of his book, he essentially compares the Holocaust to the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And he says that the roots of the Holocaust may be tied to the events we'll be discussing today and next week, 500 years earlier, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on, they talk less about the lacrimose model. As we say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago in a medieval environment is really what happened in the Nazi Europe in the 1930s and 40s. But in fact, the more I study this period, the more I see that in fact Snowbird's argument holds a lot of weight, in my humble opinion, and perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this as well. The element that I'd like to identify tonight is perhaps the defining similarity between the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition. It's not the purity of blood argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology. That even when it was counterproductive, when it was financially ridiculous to even contemplate expelling the Jews, nevertheless there was this inescapable quality of the Inquisition that ultimately them to expel the Jewish population. Okay, very long introduction. Let's look at the history itself. We have to go back a century prior to the expulsion itself to 1391, where you have a Dominican friar very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vicente Ferrer. He was simply one incident after another rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He is even condemned by the church on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he continues speaking out and provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time. The church has widespread lay clergy, the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people, often have no ability to read the holy text that they purport to represent, and they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in this human panoply of psychological illnesses. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true, please don't believe these people, that's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still, will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness that we may have discussed last year, the Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved, albeit in a second-class state, but there's no grounds in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's usually it's the expression of the underbelly of the church, often helped on by people like Ferrer, but it's not at all church teaching. The church is still a religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked a good question, but I have a feeling it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture and take questions in. I think it will be hard to if you were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, it will take a long, long time. But just to answer your question anyways, because that's really holding. The doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming. Because only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's to destroy. So under Ferrer, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots. and massive forced conversions. You don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. So you have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly converted to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives? And the church does have this position that now that you're converted, it's a zero-sum game. You can't move backwards. You have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope, because the papacy itself is under considerable strain, and there are several people running around, all claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is by appealing to these subterranean urges in the wider population. Benedict the 13th is actively promoting these ideas, which leads to still greater numbers of forced conversions. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine for yourself, you're in a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either be baptized or be killed, and that's what was happening in 1391 in the riots. And now, what do you do? The riots are gone. Peace is done. Do you just go back to living Jewishly, or are you going to be a target of another attack? So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally as Christian, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. So you go back and check in with your Jewish relatives and the Jewish compatriots. What exactly is going on Jewishly? If this goes on for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder because people are living more and more openly as Christians, and they have to, with some subterfuge, go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at this time was they started distinguishing these new Christians, we're going to explore the terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews, because they knew that they're going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen to this group. So this is we also often note as well that in 1414 there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation of Tortosa. Disputations are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Nachmanides represented the Jewish side. By 1414, however, the church had got it down correctly. They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews could not possibly get the upper hand like they did with Nachmanides. And so you have a process. The Tortosa disputation was almost 2 years long, and it was a pageant. It was like Jews were forced over and over again to listen to these debates in which the text was very seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, who of course were all Christian, would declare the winners, which were invariably the Christian interlocutors, and they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they have to hear 50 forced sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to hear preachers coming into their synagogues and preaching the Gospels. Or on Sundays, they would have to actually go and show up in church, and they would take attendance. And they would make sure that Jews forcibly listen to these Christian teachings. You also had the burning of the Talmud, and generally they crushed morale. You have a population that's feeling extremely besieged, beleaguered, no hope really for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. The Visigothic period in the late 600s was also very much like this. And added to this, you have war fever, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding at pace. They're making nominal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. You see the Alhambra in the background there, and here is Ferdinand Isabella. And even the facial expressions, the Muslims were kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How is everything changed so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the Christian control of the entire peninsula in Portugal, this means all of a sudden that there's this sort of feeling like we control it all. We should therefore impose a kind of a purification of the entire system. Kind of like when one political party holds all three branches of government. Maybe I should say that. That's just okay. So in the 1470s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who are backsliding in their faith and adopting Jewish practices, teachings, ideals. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting in Latin, it says, Exurge Domine et judica causam tua. This is actually a quote. It says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews, so I had to look it up until I found it here in Psalm 74. The motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Rokim, Liba Libecha, Zehorcha Papsta Mine Gado, Kohayam, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And the second part of the verse is, remember the insults to the base people every day. Meaning, go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these low people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these base people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them appropriately. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here, an unusually wicked person with a tremendous skill for torture and various measures, various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that have made the Spanish Inquisition so infamous. You can imagine that it's probably a lot like the 1930s in the Soviet Union, where a family of Christians would be isolated, arrested, put on the rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Inno da Costa from last year. I won't go into much greater detail. And they would be forced to give up the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing Christians, and so many other Jews who are associated. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It really, however, spread rapidly. Because let's just understand, who are these people, these so-called new Christians that we come up with? So perhaps the most neutral term we use is converts. That's a term, whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against their will, doesn't matter, they actually converted to Christianity from Judaism. Christians call them new Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christian with those who were originally Christians. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of demeaning tests of faith to demonstrate what we call in Latin the term bona fides. Right? Maybe you've heard bona fide, that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fides means good faith, meaning that they are, in fact, what these Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were untrustworthy. The Hebrew term used is anusim, which means only those first. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who is raped, anus. The term marano is a derogatory term. It means literally pigs. Obviously, this is used inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto-Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret. Crypto. Jews. These are all the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that these conversos who were suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured, maybe required to confess and name names, and then they would be sentenced, as in this famous representation by De Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing, and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic is called the San Benito. You can see them here in these pictures. They're clearly very dejected. In some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, the being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of a few years. It is amazing how concentrated this is in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. So it's an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was no inexorable quality because they were not backsliding Christians, they were believing Jews. However, there was always a fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional Jewish ideas and education. And so from the 1470s on, in particular under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in literally ghetto environments so they would not have any physical contact and communication with conversos. So you have the conversos being exposed to the Inquisition forcing Jews to be isolated by local expulsions. In one case, an entire province, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions in cities in order to separate them from Jews. And by the way, according to the Abramson religious history, you can see there's a clear economic upside for Christians to be engaged in this because all of a sudden, Jews who typically are a highly urbanized people and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're early settlers, this all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that can be used for the crown or for local officials and so on. You can send them out. They may live in Midtown and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there. The Upper West Side, Upper East Side, and say, listen, from now on, you have to live in a space. Flatbush is already involved here. In some other place far away, like across the river to that other state over there or something. That would be the kind of model that we're talking about. Okay. Let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham's CEO for more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there are several figures who are at the top of the financial pile in general society in Spain. Abraham Senior was one of them. John Yitzhak Rabbi, who we'll speak about next week, another. Very different choices during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with his people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of the story next week, by the way. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servi camerari. What this Latin term means is servants of the royal chamber. What exactly is that talking about? So I'm sure you've studied the feudal system back in high school, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. So in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of their crop to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where there's not such great to do something like Corvée, which is meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupied in society. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, the city dwellers, who are engaged in all kinds of professions and crafts. And, they are usually organized in guilds, which prohibits Jewish membership, but they are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen, and the original idea, the theory of the nobility is that, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not defend themselves from nomadic attacks. So they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect the peasants from depredation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society, and the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, the peasants became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you had the king. So the big, by the way, one other very important estate is the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Church of Rome, but serves the entire population. Now the big question is, where do the Jews fit into this system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They're kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guilds. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job, Servi Camerai. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve in the royal chamber, as we're reading. Even though they could live in your Hubbardsville, yes, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because something called the Law of Gratias, which is the church canon law, which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The law of Gratias says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital to try some brand new venture and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a biblical birth. So the Jews could function as moneylenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital through usury. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is usury. It is a real heavy cost. So Jews were moneylenders, which were highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century. And when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to fight them back 3 times as well, because they couldn't manage their economy without this institution of credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending. They generated a lot of capital, and the king could tax that capital, which was highly valuable. That meant they were protected, for the most part, from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in New York in 1290, then the nobility simply expelled the Jews, and Jews wouldn't get into debt. And to fight the Jews later, make up for the lack of the credit in the economy, but that was the idea. So the senior family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh. It's like you take all these bankers, they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews. And if you make them Christians, what's next time? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these new Christians are not allowed to engage in exchange of interest. And what about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money if they get converted to Christianity. He uses the yeast of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dutno, the Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry and the minor nobility, and then they would be drawn out, and the water would be squeezed out by the king. If you can't use that sponge anymore because you made it into a Christian rather than a Jew. How are they supposed to engage in? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on. We're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are you supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? It proved to be a very difficult problem, and ultimately, Abraham Singer and others were able to hang on to the very end and enjoy royal protection, primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But, as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we should see, here's a very powerful and moving picture by Emilio Frances, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the ritual expulsion to Fort Venezuela, sitting currently in the background. There's no question they were completely involved and invested in the actual lasting completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering of the Jewish population. This is the edict of expulsion, the last page of it right here, and with the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I'd like to do is actually read to you a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages long in total, but I've only selected a few passages. And I think it's quite illustrative of what the church was thinking, Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So there's a bit of a preamble which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, King and Queen, and it goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down to the Jews. They're writing this is like a general alert for the entire peninsula. And after this preamble, it reads, "You know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our realms there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, where the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the courses which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of our land." And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. This is like referring to the local expulsions. In other words, they're saying we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Jews and new Christians. Whereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have held and do hold with the Jews, of whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith, and separate them from it, and attract and pervert them to their cursed belief and opinions. Note, by the way, when he says Christians here, the edict is actually referring to forcing them to convert Jews, who are now called Christians, but they're the ones who are the problem here. Instructing them in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe according to their law, taking care to circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they can recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must observe to do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat has been slaughtered according to their life, and teaching them about what they must avoid in foods and other things to observe their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and beginning them to understand that there is no other religion or truth save that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also those who were corrupted and deceived by them. So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are great communities, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering Ferdinand as well. We, with the council, and the regarded certain pleasant grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewesses of our realms shall leave and never return nor come back to them or to any of them. And upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses, of whatever age they may be, who live and dwell and are in our said realms and dominions, as well as a native born among them, as those not native born, who in any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1492, that comes in the present year, they shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that they do not dare to return to them, or with them, or in any other way, whether dwelling or in transit or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms and dominions, or to come to them in any manner, they incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by that same fact in law, with no other trial, nor sentence, nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. It's an incredible statement. It's killing. And we combine and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever estate, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive shelter or assist, or keep publicly or secretly a Jew or Jewess, after the said date of their coming in July, and hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and everything else. Meaning, if any Christian gives refuge to each other, they suffer complete confiscation of their entire property. And it goes on, but you get the basic idea. It's a complete and utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and they move toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced convictions. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move forward. This is what to go back to Hitler, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the master bureaucracy of what they call the ratchet effect. Like you're familiar with, those wheels that you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something. They have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. So you can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot go backwards and put it forward. And so they are forced step by step to the inevitable expulsion. The Senor family indicates the documents that we have. And by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret. Very few people in each community, even the most high up elements, Rabbi, Senor, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. It's something that Ferdinand, Isabella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven. Completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Senor had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, his huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law and almost all of his children, 2 sons and 2 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very poorly sourced, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that if Senor did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, which we'll see in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. It's a poorly sourced legend. I'm not entirely clear how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, I forgot to mention that Senor was also very much involved in the initial shidduch between Ferdinand and Isabella, which shows on the one level just how high up he was in their esteem. At the same time, he got absolved himself out of this horrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but you can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community, in many aspects that was his role, and this massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions and millions of the equivalent of dollars involved, and all of those things, to give those things up, must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. So we do have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities. But in the end, all we do know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Reina, apparently did not convert. She went into exile. Although it's one possibility that says, in fact, she did convert. She got some rather than Alana's wife. But most likely not. So, the aftermath was complete economic chaos. And Baynard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the peninsula now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who moved to Portugal. We'll study that next week. What exactly happened there? It's also unfortunately a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated in people like Senor? So, one of the things that the church had to the crown had to take care of right away is all of the debts that were owed to Senor, and all of the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population. The crown claimed them. So, in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, the debts were going to be forgiven, they got a huge ruling from the government, they were wrong. Rulings from the government never happened. And the crown put Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews that were now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks really until the expulsion took effect. So Senor was charged with the task of collecting that debt, which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there is a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Mayor Melamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law, and they would have died sometime in 1493. There's some mystery surrounding the specific circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of the Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were simply not made up, and the general economy of the region took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which will be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown for a lot of new funding that was not present before. So that's basically the story of this very sad period. Rothschild, who was a heroic figure, like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied. He's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship. He wrote a major commentary on the Bible, for example, and gets studied to this very day. And hopefully we'll be able to move on from this very dark period with something of an upgrade. But I thank you once again, as always, for your attention and your endurance. Have a good night. Rabbi Abarbanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life and his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. You'll see here. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms. Who's also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate, which is dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birthday as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed away in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University. I actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography of Abarbanel. We'll get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the idea. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments tonight. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senior last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought that the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Ben-Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible when you look at the dates that Hilberg, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And in our here at Touro College, our chair of our history department, Tolga Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. They have to take it again. So there's another clip that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some eerie parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an auto da fe, a mass execution and a burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity, like rioting and so on, um, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class that saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues that they were unprepared for the results because the ongoing trope in the relationship of Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die. And as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. In some cases, even to commit suicide. On other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just the binary choice of you live or die, there are two other choices. One is, or pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is, or run away, flee. So the burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews effectively and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century, beyond the scope of our inquiry today, Netanyahu would argue, though, was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a very terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given the choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish identity. And the burghers, argues Netanyahu, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of their restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they were confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology, these almost Christians. They had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? So new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing and they're going back to their Jewish roots, so you had to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu's thesis. There are others who disagree, particularly with the economic components of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. If you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, you see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the line of history, perhaps. Late 19th century and 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews who chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and decided to describe it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that, not religiously but socially, was untenable because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own countries. There was this kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads, under the Nazi period, to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And when, obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law against Europe, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal, and it's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in our own days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic today, which is, of course, Don Yitzhak Abravanel. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet, you have a lot of different variations. And 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, did not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, so it gets even worse. How exactly do you pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel. And when I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Abravanel, she said, "Who?" And I said, Abarbanel. Oh, like the wine, right? So that's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is, perhaps, if you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel. It's a popular song, Abarbanel, Ba Ba Ba, Abarbanel. Heard it? But probably correct, Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abraham. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain, in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather Shmuel converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish, or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abravanel rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history, so you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writings. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. We'll look at what those things are momentarily, but first let us understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, France, and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. One of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institution of servi camerae. You may recall we discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically, the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber, an institution in which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles, they certainly didn't report to burghers, and so as a community, whatever revenues they generated from tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, according to Netanyahu, were the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, who could allow this against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, we will give you a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kasher your house, or, and kashering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abravanel was right at the center of it. But in his early years, it was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a well-placed and rather brilliant young man like Abravanel. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of nobility, the House of Braganza. This is the Alfonso I, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So, thorough grounding in rabbinics. And if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive oeuvre of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was its text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious texts. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe de Leon, and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year that Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to live past that date without Mashiach. At the same time, again, in typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who was truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the most popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitudes towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition, per se. So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of his stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or I shouldn't say pioneered, he led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery. And this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they will be seized by pirates and then put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Abravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sum to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and then ransoming them back. And for these kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, question? Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words? Not so easily. When you go online, you can do it. Let's try this here. Control plus. No, sorry. Students, what are you going to do? They write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Portugal, to give to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it just from his personal coffers. Rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons, who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields, as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, and he's active as a political and as a communal figure, with very serious success as an economic figure. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at this time. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abravano's fortunes dramatically. The successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Some say it's Joao. I like to think of it as Joao, as I think I told you last week when he was born. They said Joao, it's a boy. I can't do that joke twice. But Joao II, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no land in estates, no massive treasury, and here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état, c'est moi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king, and Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The two obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abravano was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in the sights of Wow II. What happened was Ravana was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way, he stopped at an inn, and they learned that, in fact, the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Ravana put two and two together and realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was, in fact, going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he crawled across the border and made his way to Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop. And it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think depression would be too hard a word, but he battled with his fate that in some ways, ironically echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there was a small ironic twist to it. Ravana anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. And in fact, shortly after he spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his one-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him. Thus claiming he was a Christian and have to remain in Portugal, and then Ravana would be forced to come back and meet the new king. So he was nevertheless able to spirit all of his family out before that happened. And he poured his energy into his writing, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary in the first three books of Tanakh, the first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work which is still studied to this day. He wrote the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, to put it in times and space, your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. It was just an incredible output and genius, fantastic research into the language, meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which, in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial output, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon, and the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. You can imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible, and saying, yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton, he had this problem with. That's sort of what it's like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very gripping reading. He has a lot to say about the expulsion song. Of course, given his unique talents and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion. And he entered service in their court. So now he's in his second royal court, where he was essentially the third in command economically. Because the king and queen were jointly the head of the government, and Abraham Senior was the principal tax collector. He was third. He worked directly under the much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence in Spain after having been in tremendous prominence in Italy. But, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was short-lived. We're talking about basically a period from 1403 to 1492, which is the expulsion. 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain. Amazingly, Abravanel and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about this at great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for listening to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the writ of expulsion. Abravanel attempted to stay the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July. And they were talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Abravanel raised a massive bride, offering it to the king and queen, hoping that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene which, unfortunately, Abravanel did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believe that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, that he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening. They saw, so perhaps it's not Ferdinand. All we have to do is speak to the Queen. The Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had it in with the Queen. And so Abravanel and Senior went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was of a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically quoted in the same context in the Talmud, that to the effect that the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God, that only God can really inspire a king to act. Abravanel, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless, so he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella with a withering rebuke, saying that this would ultimately be the end of Spain, and any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom redound upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion went ahead, but nevertheless, he did. It's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless quite moving. Unlike Senior and his son-in-law and their family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position of authority and wealth, Abravanel chose to go into exile with the Jews, even though Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and to continue in his economic capacity, as he did Rabbi Senior. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to the end of his life. He's already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain And although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre and crossing the Pyrenees into Europe proper, they were going to have massive communities of Spartan in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well on this map because there's so many arrows here. But he ultimately decided to come to Naples in Italy. And many other Jews that we'll discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, Ottoman Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There were 3 ships that the Abravanos were on one of them, and the Jews on the ships contracted the plague. And so in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees. Many of the other ports would not accept Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these illegal Jews, and they did in fact accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his book of commentary, continued through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monaco. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only weeks or a few months as the war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. And he began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Paschal lamb, the Paschal sacrifice. It comes down to us as a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our times. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken with the Kabbalistic trend that we spoke about with Ibn Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic end, which he believed would occur in 1503. As I mentioned earlier, ultimately he was stabbed and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where he actually, yes, he's right. Yeah, definitely. You still have illegal communities. You still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. There's many, many exceptional. And they're afraid can Shiloh's off a map. You can't really ask questions off something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Sparta community in London is particularly fascinating. We'll explore that, though, in the spring semester. Okay, so Weiter, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice, and I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, we have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his 7th decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he wrote an entire commentary in the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migrations. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it, and in fact, we have the rescued copy today. But, incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of a king. Specifically, the issue there, and it really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These 2 maps here show the Silk Road and the Spice Route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can, this is before refrigeration. Spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and in points east, China and elsewhere, closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light, and has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth, China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only two routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the silk and spice route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at every rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. And you want them to sleep as long as possible, so you don't have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zacuto and his development of the astrolabe and his development of the Alphonsine tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. And this put Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of the shifting wind patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here. And then it took him a while, back and forth, but eventually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. And so this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century, suddenly gave Portugal a chance to make a phenomenal amount of money in the international silk and spice trade. And this made Venice overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. VHS is all over. In fact, for those who were born in less than 90, VHS is kind of like a digital record that wasn't digital. I don't know why I bothered things like that. But anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abrivano landed there. They didn't know what to do about it. So Abrivano, amazingly, he came up with a plan to the king of Venice, and I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. On the other hand, they've already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice some of your profits, you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently a very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. And they elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. If you can imagine, in Portugal, that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal, thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route, but nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served and risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So when we think about Abravanel as a whole, and we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he has written. The true brilliance of Abravanel is in his writings, where you see the combination of his political insight, his deep depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is an absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. The particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of text, there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment, and at the same time, absolutely true to the tradition of presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. So I really enjoyed doing the research and learning a lot more about the life of Yitzhak Abravanel. They're fascinating, especially so interesting to see how his life contrasts with Abraham's and yours. And when they were faced with the difficult decisions associated with the Inquisition, and especially the writ of expulsion, how do they handle those things? But Abravanel really comes forth as such an incredible hero, phenomenal. I was really motivated by it. It made me feel a lot better about my own peregrinations. My wife and I observed that the first 7 years of our marriage, we moved 10 times. And that was solely for the sake of pursuing higher education. And we had 5 different countries, several different continents. We could do it because we were young and we had the energy. It was all for good things. But for Abravanel, to be able to, put out such a tremendous amount of material under such difficult circumstances, all I can say is really motivating for me that I've got to finish my next project really fast because there's so many things I want to write. Anyways, so good and welfare. Oh, one more thing. I'd also, just reflect to myself. What I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I never took that seriously, but I think Professor Netanyahu and Professor Hilbert really have a case to make there. And if you haven't seen the lecture on Abraham Senior, just go back and watch that because you'll see how I present the initial part of that argument. And today, of course, at the beginning, we discussed how Netanyahu approaches it. It's something we'll explore in greater detail in future lectures. At any rate, this is the week of Hanukkah. The first light is tonight as I'm making this recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, may I suggest my new book, which is right here on the I enjoyed writing this book. I think it's a very meaningful one, and I'll give people a chance to cover some. It gives people a chance to learn about the tremendous activity of the PSH Rabbi, something very dear to my heart, and I hope to do some ongoing projects in it. And otherwise, I really hope you have a fantastic holiday. We're going to take next week off in order to be able to enjoy the holiday, and then we'll return on December 25th with the final lecture for the fall season. Thank you very much for joining me as always. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolute fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 10 odd, 12 odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is our wont, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in the Italian archives, the life of Benvenida Abravanel. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abarbanel Abravanel family. I'll show you the family tree, and there's some interesting sort of difficult skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century. And they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the notion of a world Jewish community more than anyone prior. Well, I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lecture such as this. But we do have quite a bit of material on Benvenida Abravanel, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life, and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto-Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sephardim. That is also, as I wrote in one article a long time ago, an occluded history because so few scholars have really studied Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Jake, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship enough. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures, and for all of you on the internet, getting about 2,000 views a day, which is an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I'd like to give some propers to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, there's no monograph-length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Benvenida Abravanel, so we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard Svi Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendez and Benveniste families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenida Abravanel's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Turo libraries. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all of the Turo library staff, particularly in the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time, I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while, people complained about the internet, so I stopped telling jokes. And then
Dude, how you looking at Dude, how the fuck are you, son? What's that, big man? What's your score?
In the history of humankind. Okay. How many did you do forward? How many did you do forward? Invitation. Everyone's waiting on you.
People complain that the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently, the complaints I'm getting on the internet is, you have to realize that we're giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. I mean, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time. I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right, but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started. David has led a really profligate life. He has visited houses of ill repute. He has cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed, and the rabbi comes to him and says to him, David, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made, and all the bad choices you made, and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan, who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay, not so funny, but like I said, first time in telling it. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel, so let's place Benvenuta, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenuta, in this context. So here is Don Yitzhak Abravanel, or Abarnel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in in Spain and Portugal, went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. He then, a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Litzdock, Don Isaac Abravanel, had a son named Samuel, and his brother, Jacob, had a daughter named Ben-Gamida. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500. And the two of them married. So they are first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word, the laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not nearly practiced so widely. But anyway, she comes from the Abravano side through both her father and through her father-in-law and husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letitia, Yuda, Yaakov, and Yoya, and there's more to this story that we will reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of this story occurs right at the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac who migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're of course expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when you speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of the Congregation Sharas Israel here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 23 Jews, do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese? I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? Why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall that there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Well, why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you'll recall, was directed at Jews who had converted forcibly or otherwise and were secretly Judaizing or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the expulsion, they were expelled because they were gravitationally exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. Let me get to the Portuguese point, and I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim, North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain is, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit, and forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into details of the Portuguese experience. I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so, rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted for reasons that we will discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jewry per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disabilities. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese, who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things, and we will go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanels fit. They are the old Jews, the Sephardim per se, but not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this dichotomy more in later as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the the Abravanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. Uh, the the conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in Ancona. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those. The first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they're Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then, the whole cycle starts again, as we've seen. So the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning that you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Il Bronzino. Very beautiful Augustan figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive some of Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised gives us some indication of that what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanos to evade that expulsion as well. The joke that I had right here is I was going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida's student up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness. For example, and then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. But it turns out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Benvenida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of things. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews, who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society. But all of a sudden, you can circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. And we're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog. You can write something, you can get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people can access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing it for the technological advantage that it gave a society. But Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have, in general, are written in Hebrew. This is the era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. Really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Ferrara was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendes, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basin. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benvenida is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. There were 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured at war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately. But in Benvenida's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Pidyatruyim, of rescuing, redeeming captives. These are the kinds of things that she was doing there. One other thing really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Benvenida was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Ruobeni. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Ruobeni was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins. And there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan, perhaps he came from part of Africa. It's still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they were called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming of the Messiah. So Rabbi went from court to court, saying that he had the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something which was seen with great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And then Benita Abravana also, she supported him financially. She supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here, which doesn't zoom in there, in which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned on it. And he made kind of like a striking figure wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming this. When he met with the Pope, perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, you know what? I think you should go to my relative in Portugal. I'm not saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying wow. So go to him, and he'll help you out. So he went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. He goes to King Wow, and King Wow goes for it. He says, you know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count on me. And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diogo Pires, who was a young man who, again, this is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Rabbi this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became eagerly about Tshuva. He said, I want to follow this man, I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots and so on. He circumcised himself, and he followed, he became Rubeni's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho, which means calling Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation on the song. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to in itself herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope, where because he was a Christian who had returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rabbi spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly King Kwao thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenita's life, that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenita's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there, but they were tolerated because of their association with trade. They were, it's an extremely important port, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. Paul IV took over the region and part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, you recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This was rather unprecedented, if you think of it, in the 16th century for someone to be suggesting this. She argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benvenida, on the other hand, disagreed and said that, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, and did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendes herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas that Ravanel had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold, it did not have permanence, and it certainly did not move Pope Paul IV to change his position whatsoever. But just the very chutzpah that a Jew should suggest an international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of this story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenida's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature. She'elot Teshuvot in Hebrew. This is when there's some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores, and a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida of Ravanel. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And that's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Oliver Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family dispute, that children fight over the inheritance. That never happened when my father, Oliver Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But anyways, here's the story. Samuel, the husband of Benvenida, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time compose a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, well, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. It had been malpractice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies, I believe the year is 1550. And there's immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant, but anyways, the firstborn male was this son Isaac, who was only a half sibling to the later children who was born to Ben-Benita. Now, Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Ben-Benita. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Pishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brother's shares. However, another very well-respected principle in Jewish law is Hamos Mechavero Alav Lahevi Araya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravano dies, Ben-Benita produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore 2 specific ways in a second. But one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac and is not his son Judah, it's Ben-Benita. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by these sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I shouldn't say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protective father, their protective husband, or in this case, their protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in Halakha on what does it mean now that women have economic independence? What does that mean for many of these issues? And it came to play here as well. And not only was Ben-Benita named the heir of all this property, she was the executrix, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. Did they marry women that Ben-Benita approved of? And there's a lot like conditions attached to this will that was revealed, again, 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated with this will, imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates sized will. And maybe I should say, who else is a rich Jewish guy? Okay, there you go. I don't know. Let's go on. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner will face a big amount of money. So it immediately became an international cause célèbre. that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua. Rabbi Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are two elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the law, the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him the pishnayim that the Torah refers to, the double half. Now, this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halakhic institution called the Matana Mechaya, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to traditional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional law boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will. So one of the reasons why there was a hava amina, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law, of dina de malchuta dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires the will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, since that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upheld. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the fair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. And so as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions involved and a lot of swearing is going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Ben-Jonida. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see and the period of life of Ben Benita Abravano, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora, uh, perhaps entirely unprecedented in its nature and scope, in that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory. Were located in many different countries to a degree that we never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to, make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Literally, the word from the Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically free from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sfaradim, and perhaps comes to understand the long-lasting and secure notion that Sfaradim had of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in the 1970s. Thank you for your attention and your endurance.
I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and I think it's wonderful to be back in the spring semester when we're talking about the Spartan Master. Just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, if my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in 15th, 16th century referred to the old Jews who were not converted, and the term Portuguese was kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, if that's the way that term was used, then I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, I could be totally wrong, but maybe the meaning of that phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past. It was a difficult time, we understand horrible persecutions, but you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people, and we want to include you in our congregation. If that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, synagogue, etc., I think it's a very useful concept and sentiment. Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking to you then. Take care and have an excellent week.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. But when I looked it up online, they said Usque, which seemed to me not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usque. It's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this some kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight, warmed by the story of Samuel, his vocations with the tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benaroth families. I'll just read what it says here, whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in early Al-Andalus. And also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good end, so thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of chizuk and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and in Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have a Shakespearean, something of that good status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usque, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated into English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I've discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We'll return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. But this is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works, and to make sure that certain ideas did not circulate too far. Of course, some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Usque came out with this particular work. You see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in details. And the kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. You can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Erev Yom Kippur or something, I don't know, but it's like you put the specific date that is published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, Yamach Shemam Zikram kept such incredibly detailed records. And they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, and who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they had retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review. I see a few new faces here. Welcome. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we have a pretty good time, I think, by the end of the hour. You'll recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not, technically speaking, directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized forcibly or for social mobility, for whatever reason it was. This is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those new Christians or their children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay, but they expelled the Jews because they were suspected, correctly, of continuing to maintain contact with these so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who were suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence, you have this distinction in terminology, Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who are called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who are called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simon, that should be Simeon Ruiz, who lived in London, and Fernandez had already under torture given up this name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Ruiz, had given Mr. Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. So notice that the word here has to be included, printed, because it's opposed to handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which the sons of Isaac suffered and said that they must not lose confidence nor be discouraged because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like, for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. Oh, no, this is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendez. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendez, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. It was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ, he asked repentance, and the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance, and in order to ensure his safe passage of the world to come, they accelerated with the fires of the auto da fe. But clearly this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians. And we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy. And it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained. A message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this treasured book, that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. So let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Usque's specific work within that context. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are forcibly converted, who now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social, political, and economic order, and especially because many of these Jews continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even with Jewish families, and sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It's highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand and Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it. We're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that's the problem because now these Brusos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very wrong. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, in Portugal, it was an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of this immigrant community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely in Portugal, and at other times those folks in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at now, I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name. I know I mispronounce everything. It's João, right? But is that how you say João? But I like saying it João, though it's not right. So anyway, this is João II, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months until you sort yourselves out, until you figure out where you're going to live. And in the meantime, once he realized how valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here, but rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were de rigueur very popular since the 13th century in Spain, after the Barcelona dispute with Nachmanides. And his successor was especially cool. It was also, Wow, the second. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would then be it would be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Usque's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the present and the first person singular because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way of suffering of the Jews throughout time. So he writes, to my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms and, paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus, those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who can describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children? The sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses. For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation. He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of the successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in its midst. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. Really. We're talking about the lizards. No, we're talking about, forget it. Okay. So what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth, we'll keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problem in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders, and he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion, they are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave either. They might use Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. In Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like this, Spa, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their life really as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503, again, so this is 1497 when they were forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503, there's a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. So it's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again, the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right? It's in Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light. And one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just a reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy participated. We can list several of these kinds of like mob reactions because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon of society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under João III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms, really, after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so João III says, that's it, we're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. At this point, I would like to read once again from Usque's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read The Trial in particular, or The Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it. Where is it here? Right, here it is. The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman Catholic, of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles mere mention of its name. It speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, has an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flame and blazes of fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagle's, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beak. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until it is like the Syrian deserts and sands where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now, he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and it's interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessos, meaning like these new Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster's power and illusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs, and he refused them. They accused him of Judaizing with them. It's a terrible situation. Once again, with the Inquisition, while the third closes the borders again. This is the environment in which Usque experienced his youth in the adulthood. So let us go to Usque himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym because he shares some autobiographical information. He says that it comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. You know, when you take the letters of a word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Icabo, which is an acronym of Yaakov. So, some scholars have argued that he may be Manuel Garcia, if I remember correctly. That's an acronym for not especially well-known Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about Manuel Gomez, excuse me. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter, so he grew up in this environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on this text, tremendous familiarity with the broad swath of learning of 16th century thought. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education, a Jewish character was entirely proscribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal, but he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the church fathers. It's not impossible, argues Cohen, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood would he be given access to humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book. And we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews had made their homes immediately after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Tzfat, which was just then enjoying its tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Doña Gracia and Benvenida Abravanel, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political might and their political acumen and their considerable resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide through ransoming captives, engaging in geopolitical machinations such as the attempted boycott of the port of Ancona and Ancona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is their efforts. It's exactly the same period as Uwe wrote his book, and you can see in this particular image, which is written is the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish. For those who fled the Inquisition, you can see that this motif, very beautiful, these terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps, or they're blowing the winds. And here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. And this is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to the New World with tremendous danger. There were 3 usques of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it that 3 usques, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, that's our protagonist today, they were publishers and writers together. Samuel was, in particular, maybe an acronym for Manuel Gomez. But the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this book we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as they say in Herbiavos, ein kemach, ein Torah. If there's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have, Okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady, Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuel Usque writes, "The heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation," Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. "My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the hearts and the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breast, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones," which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendez 500 years later with the same respect and admiration because of the decisions she made with her individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. She also speaks very positively of her rival, Benvenida Abravanel. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either one of them, and he benefited from both. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for these scattered, embattled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they worry, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to, maybe I'll just paraphrase it, but it's very beautiful. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways a long scroll of agony. I quote a title of a Holocaust work. It's a long scroll detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we have endured primarily by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts, that, this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of those parallels are absolutely chilling. And of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far off prophecies and some of the terrible things that we experienced. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, if you're familiar with the famous Talmudic passage, when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are moaning and wailing, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And you say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was specifically occasioned because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. And what a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbis say to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? He says, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see the redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, in Portuguese, for Portuguese remnants, going over and over again, in often painful details, the specific persecutions that Jews endured historically, and in a very long section again, in their own person and in their own day in the 16th century. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide, so I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters, where these are countless people who lived for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Icabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence or square. He makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Numeo, for whom Musquay says is representative of the prophet Nahum. The word Nahum in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zechariah, which is the prophet Zechariah, the one who remembers. Zechariah, remembering God. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner because they're speaking in very elevated language, and you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions, things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. Now, I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this because as a historian, it's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates, he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history. He's trying to write a book of consolation, and the religious and psychological message, which is really what is prevalent here. The second, the return of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus frieze that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless, it's a very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Busquet experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for a discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, the Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around these scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long conclusion in which he wraps up his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room in the house. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another, but we know that it had a phenomenal impact and was a major feature in preserving the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their tremendous suffering. This, by the way, is a photograph that's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Happens to be a photographer that I like a lot, Yaakov Naomi in Israel, and he describes, after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that in many ways we enjoy aspects of it today with the free state of Israel and so on. No theological content applied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samuel Liske is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment in which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary Weltanschauung? Oh, is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing? But we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone at the caliber of Busquet giving us that message today. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with lecture on the Chida. We're on for a few questions.
I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself got a lot out of studying Samuel Busquet's work, and it was a great privilege to be able to speak about it to an audience live last night. You didn't see it in the end of the video, but immediately after I concluded, I was jumped on by a whole bunch of audience members who really wanted to push me on a couple things I said at the very end of the lecture. So I thought I would use this moment to unpack some of their questions and explain a little bit better what I mean by this. We should bear in mind that in many ways, we are in a parallel generation to Busquet, that his experience 70 years after the Spanish expulsion has certainly salient comparisons with the experience we have 70 years after the Holocaust. I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go go through all of the parallels. But there's no question that we are living in kind of like not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era. And I think that we don't really have someone with the voice of Bruce Wayne who's kind of like explaining it all for us in a way that we can grasp. Um, we have our poets of the Holocaust. We have our Elie Wiesels. We have many people with tremendous poet stories of suffering during the Holocaust and personal and communal redemption. I myself studied the H. Kodesh from the Warsaw Ghetto, which is an incredible story, incredible thinker from the Holocaust. But what we don't have, in my humble opinion, is we don't have someone 70 years out who's able to explain to us, the Jewish community as a whole, as to what the Holocaust means in the larger arc of Jewish history. How do we assimilate the Holocaust? Can we assimilate the Holocaust? These are relevant challenges. How do we deal with contemporary crises of, assimilation and the challenges to the state of Israel, the really existential challenges to our very being at this point in time? These are very big questions, and I feel in many ways like in this postmodern period where we're sort of floating in space, waiting for someone to kind of explain it all to us in a way that's simultaneous. Anyways, those are my 2 cents. You heard more than my 2 cents already for the first part of this lecture. I hope it's food for thought, and I look forward to speaking with you about Jewish history in the future. Thanks very much for watching.
Tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the Chida. As has been pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Chida's life itself was a Chida. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun. The word Chida in Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into Northern Europe, and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material. Well, first of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think Sephardim and the Holocaust and the Crypto Jews, or perhaps it's Maran Obagi Safe, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Benayahu, whose classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Chida. And I'd also like to rely on 2 other works which are related to varying degrees to the Chida's research. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which deals with the period immediately after 1492 in a way that has not been treated systematically, to my knowledge, before this particular monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first lecture, the first generation or 2 immediately after the expulsion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Chida's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is kind of Anglicism of the term Klal Yisraeliyut, the the idea of a pan-Jewishness, like something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are two works that we're relying on as well. One last good of welfare announcement, which is a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. It's the original cover. It's kind of a dull cover, I think. But at the time, I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example, but it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year. So it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim, both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karabovanets bill, which was published by the very briefly Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here Yiddish, 100 Karabovances, 100 Karabovances, which is kind of, like the high point of their cooperation, later to be submerged in the blood of the pogrom violence. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chidah. Now, the Chidah's life is primarily 18th century. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century, but we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Chidah directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula, and this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic, and actually quite, disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, disruption of economic support, the disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there were 3 entry ports into Portugal, going into that country before, of course, it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to petition to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult, let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because an entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live. Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better and they would eke out their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella and, in fact, convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Benvenuto Bravano, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions to some other hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. So tremendous dangers. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to establish and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic of people. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Something that's so hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged with their upkeep. From time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa because there was fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat, but in Rome it seemed to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous Chil Hashem, even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. But you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that these Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and were fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered in their Jewishness. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which was based here in Istanbul, it's not the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which was the earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing great haven to the Jews who are making their way over here, and giving them, respite in Greece in particular, and also in Israel, the famous developments in the town of Tzfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Fidah really takes much of its takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I've just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of raced through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment that Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. Who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah was also a whole story unto herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the later story of the Chidah, an interesting character, comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. There are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is more and more research, really in the last half of the 20th century, has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill. And he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his illness. And unfortunately, it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in its wake. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings that I'm going to show you here are, in fact, Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know, what kind of guy is, what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, he married a Torah scroll. Another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. I mean, how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be here finally to take us. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews out to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatai Tzvi, towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, where he would meet with the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash to go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counteroffer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers simply, dejected, fled his movement and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homestead throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatai Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with one of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America. You can just use your imagination. That they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dinmeh, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dinmeh actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained endogamous relations for a couple hundred years, and right up through the 20th century. Several Dinmeh played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we'll talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. it was not a sudden and sharp break because Shabbatai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing, very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narishka, it did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive, and many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini inquisition where there was always a taint of suspicion. If anyone engaged in mystical thought, there was a question perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with kind of G-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chida. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led several hundred Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany, to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later, and Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population of Jerusalem by at least 100%, meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid dies. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever, and Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seize the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it, and for debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chida was born. Okay, now let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chida, he's known as the Chida, HaChida, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chida also means secret or riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact, his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his Rabbi, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his Rabbi, to his grandmother. And in writing, he specifically dedicated her for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth. Apparently, at the age of 13, he was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age, and he was especially associated with a Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 80 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. Most famous of which, he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shema Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 years, 40 days, lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. So it's an amazing thing that he could do this. An encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also was quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes under the title Ma'agal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out, and it's clearly he's writing for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal in Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and it refers to it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a meshulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, Livorno, which was a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, and then coming down the south of Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that and stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time looking at these particular excursions. This, by the way, is his signature, which gives you the kind of mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger type of issues that he was in. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start. It's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what he was doing? The institution he was involved in is called shlichut, or he was on a mission. The shaleach in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a mishulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is a shadar, which is shliach de rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled. There's all these Ashkenazi freeloaders who are showing up as Sparta are managing well, and all these Ashkenazim come. Some of them are Hungarians. They take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, everything's on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone want to do this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. when I talked about this with my wife the other day, I was like, "Oh, it's so exciting! I'm reading about the Chida. Guess what he did? It's so interesting." And of course, my wife's reaction is always 180 degrees what I'm thinking about. She's saying, "What's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids had to put up with while he goes gallivanting off, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home in Hebron, dealing with all these Ashkenazim. What's going on?" So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. Um, but among the motives for being a shaliach are obviously it's tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support the community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, and we have great records of how the Mishulachim worked in the 18th century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made a decent salary right there in a few days visit to a place, Bal Harbor or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind, and you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose someone, the community needs to choose someone who is trustworthy, who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds, a huge problem that was ongoing with the shluchim in that time, perhaps also in our time, I don't know, because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organization based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also had people who were like free agents who would show up in a town and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they would represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there would be nothing for them because the community had already emptied its coffers. So it's a real problem and something that required attention. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. And forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada here, where the red dot is, a little town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights while he made the rounds in whatever the Jew in this town 10 miles away, Jew in this other town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father. And he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing all of North America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first tenure track job was down here. And I'm going to shul one day, and I show up, and I see there's the rabbi. And he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And of course, he knows my father and mother and every single Jewish family along Highway 11 was absolutely astounding. And just to give you a sense of the role of this is one of my sons in Iroquois Falls. This is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there will be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia because it's so far north. And this is where this Mishulach would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Chida was one of like these hitchhiking Mishulachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking on the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like, you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Chida was doing. So the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople, here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and the Mediterranean, very important town, and it's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim name. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Mishulachim was based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the activity of people like the Chida, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chida are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one klal, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connections. This diaspora was very difficult to manage. The languages of the central authority, the Pide Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization, they would have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shluchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow the work of people like the Chida really tie them together. If you look, for example, at the Sephardim who were associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who were associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who were associated with Amsterdam, very, very different cultures. And especially over a couple centuries, they grow further and further apart. But the role of the Chida was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and maintain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult the more popular work, but by the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azurai, written quite a good work on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Yosef. The Chida was like a dream Mushalach. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism, because you imagine him walking into some German village and he's dressed in traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and a turban. The picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken, but you have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Vilna Gaon, for example. But nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he would be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some Torah wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Chida was always careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine, if he ever grew frustrated or angry. He would often, put aside money that and sort of stuff. But he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week. And for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of whatever village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he and his assistant were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews to convey them to their destinations. And every now and then, he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, and all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. He needed, it's a diary, but as a travelogue, it's very entertaining. He describes how he needed to relieve himself. And, so the caravan that he was with had stopped. They're you imagine some mules and some carts and things like that. So he went to look for a more private place to relieve himself, and he saw this low stone wall, right? You imagine in Scotland, they've got all these sheep around and stuff like that. This low stone wall, and on the other side of the stone wall, he saw what looked like solid earth, so he thought he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do there. But on the other side of the stone wall was a cesspool. He didn't realize it. He ended up to his chest. It was filled, and he could not get out. It was and so he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine he's dressed in all this Ottoman garb with a turban and everything, and he's smelling. And he describes how he had the government blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. Imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures. It grounds you in the kind of things that he's dealt with. So he learned to shecht his own chickens, and would shecht the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with it. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture, there's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with the Midah. So many of these amazing stories I find very appealing. But apparently, he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child, and he actually taught the child the Hebrew alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing, and then he kissed the child on the forehead, and a few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, it's just a horrible, terrible story, but he said to them, you don't realize that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation, so we were not ready to receive him. It's kind of woo-woo stories, but you get a sense of what kind of person he was. Okay. So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov Abed. You can see in this map here, the map here. This is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out to North Europe, out to London, back down through the Sephardic regions of Spain, of France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire, where they central authorities there, and displayed the Pinkas, the record of the monies he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem to turn over. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had, I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. He describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, the Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish act. There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later. It was widely ignored, but Jews had to wear some identifying clothing either a round badge on their chest, sometimes 2 tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the Judenhut. And they said, you got to wear this. You go in town without this. He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is, after all, the 18th century, please. So he describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested, and he dragged before a magistrate who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical sum of money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? You see the boys go out and play basketball. They have the kippah in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough, isn't it? Okay, I thought it was funny, but anyways. So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he was subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. You know, he has to bring this money with him. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills of exchange to write essentially checks that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, you know, on the open road, if he's walking out of a town with, you know, how many golden pieces in different currencies, certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories. You know, tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years, and he put up with them. Very adventurous. He also describes he's quite an intellectual, he's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, like Revere, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down his diary, oh, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. They had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople, and he keeps a record of everything that he read. He got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. He has a description of the Song of Louvre and the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for the curious reader what was on display there. He even saw the coronation of the new Ottoman Sultan when the first one died, when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade and how many of them and what they wore. It's a travel log. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced, because he's something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip, he's introduced to some fascinating people. And we learned about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Perrier, who invented sign language. And Perrier was a Sephardic Jew living in France who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention, amazing. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Perrier could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And, the thing that has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that just for fun, I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked had a look of consternation on his face. And Perrier said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture. All right. So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story. And we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of them. Also, very heroic individual. I'd love to go back from him someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGedolim, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGedolim literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000 odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book that he had ever seen, which is astonishing. When you think about it in a bibliographic context, he listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a list from one of the early printings of it. Under the letter Tzaddik, on everything written that started with the letter Tzaddik. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with not just a catalog. He wrote about what's inside these books, what kind of materials are there. And this is besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I, we have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. And we didn't know exactly who to name my kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Bali Tshuva, we figured the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. And the rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGedolim for names. Go look in the Chida's works until you find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting it's a go-to source of name book as well. If you name your child up. The only problem is what happens if you have a girl? Right? All the guys, they're all guys in these books. There's no girls in there. So, anyways, one other book that I personally studied times over, and I got a lot out of, a book called Chok Israel, which is not authored by the Chidah, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat. I had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, had exactly which verses, and he sent it all down to order. And so you can study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chidah took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halakha and adding a section of musar, a section of ethical writings. And he fleshed it out with more modern materials such that, the daily regimen, if you read Hebrew well, you can probably finish it in about 15-20 minutes. There is I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. It might take a little longer. But although he did not insert his own writing into it, he really edited it. You nevertheless get a real feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior and so on. So the second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across in his 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of bearing and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect. And people didn't regard him as a meshubach anymore. People didn't show him any disrespect as being, to use the Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary that in fact he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of a local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting the position because the communities treated him so well, and he clearly felt that he was needed and loved, but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno, and he spent several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's books. He received very different reception particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Because very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as, to use the Ladino term, Unzara, one of ours, Sephardi. Those who are laughing know you're fluent in Ladino. It's actually Yiddish, but the Ashkenazi, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only give to the Ashkenazi community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away, empty-handed, or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities. So much so that he often had to rebuke them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim in the 18th century. Okay, to close our lecture, here's the shot from the app. Chida HaYomi, the daily Chida. The most important aspect of the Chida's life from a perspective many centuries in the future is, of course, his literary legacy. But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real-life, legitimate immigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who's showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews of their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to the concept that there are Jews living in Israel today. Let us recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 1700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora could still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like the Fida. There is one last miraculous story associated with his reinternment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Fida had always wished to be buried, and petitioned successfully to have his body returned from the Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here's his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last small story. Sorry, Har HaMenucha, the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. It's a tough audience. People know I'm having trouble. We're going to take that out of the internet, so it doesn't help. So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by a Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu, that when they transferred bodies, you may be familiar with this idea that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose. Right? It's like that joke with Beethoven, lately actually decomposing. But sorry, okay, let's just go back, serious. So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a widespread mystical belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. So the story told by Rabbi Eliyahu is that, when they put the body of the Chidah in the plane, there were two occasions on the trip when, in fact, the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to move the body from the plane and they're going to take him for interment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to get involved, but Rabbi Arahu, who was the chief among them, insisted. And so he apologized, as is the custom, apologized to the Chidah's body, that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Chida did not feel like it had decomposed at all 200 years later. Spooky story, 150 years later. Anyways, that's the story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of the Chida as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention, as always.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Chida. I was reading about the life of the Chida. Doing the research for it was just fascinating. What strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, menial job, particularly in his first tour, when he was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for his community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud that says, Al Tehi Birkas Hedyot Kal Beinecha, do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as of little meaning. That's really kind of an awkward translation, but on the fly. Meaning, when an ordinary person gives you a blessing, take it seriously, because the person could be someone as great as the Chida. You would never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contribution to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora identity. I should recall that at this time, Sephardic Jews are speaking English, Portuguese, Turkish, Hebrew, Italian, Ladino, of course, they're all scattered all over, and yet somehow people like the Chida are able to bring them together, as we saw with some of the research from Matisyahu Leland on the pan-Jewish identity. Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're interested in the Jews of Ukraine, check out the distribution of my book that just came out. I'm very pleased with it. And I hope you have a fantastic Purim that's coming up this week. And I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. This week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century, and in many ways a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews even into the 21st century. A person of truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and was really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvations that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our good and welfare very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that longtime sponsors should be associated with the name of Montefiore. Our source today is going to be Abigail Green's recent biography, a real honker of a book here, about 500 odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. Really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's very clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montefiore's life was miraculously saved, and it is a custom at the Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary in which he describes his personal salvation. So it's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus or Ramsgate. You really get a feeling for what's happening, and actually I'm hoping to see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. But anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So, who was this man? His years, you can see, 1784 to 1885, is just over a century. In fact, the centenary of his birth was a cause for international celebrations, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities really of the world. He was incredibly influential in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all of his energy into Klal Yisrael, into the Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besieged, beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending of his phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and so on. We'll explore some of those things. He was ultimately knighted by Queen Victoria. He became Sir Moses. It was actually a bit of a scandal when he became the Sheriff of London. The idea that you should be a sheriff by the name Moses, it suggested that maybe anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Boris or something like that. Like, my middle name is actually Moshe Moses in Hebrew, but in English it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses. I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation, but it's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These wreaths here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence: St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem, of course. We'll speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople, his coat of arms here. He was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flag flew, when he traveled through the ancient Near East, the Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner, they often broke down in tears. It felt like a messianic kind of moment when this great wealthy individual was coming through with tremendous aid for the population. He was also he liked to record aphorisms, and he jotted down things in his diaries and it's the inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is "Think and thank." Right? Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. This is kind of like a tribute image to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884. Clause I mentioned before, great celebration. Now, I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless and named his nephew Joseph his heir and really executive. He had a massive amount of personal papers because, as I mentioned, he was an assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the world. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, earned almost the entire archive. for reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents, and this is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back that he deemed appropriate to be saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary named Lura, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lura. And Dr. Lura was so pro one of the official biographies, he personally could not bear to see so much of this material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive. And that, taken together, is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on. The other side of so Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. It actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy. It happened that Jews found to be a very welcome center for their activity. Dicis had actually a law guaranteeing religious tolerance for at that time, and so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily that they're free to practice their own faith. Both the Jews, Sephardi and per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492 when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. To give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese. Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore's synagogue in London, but that's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese, it was of course in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service. The Reform movement made considerable inroads into England. They tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, introduction of organ service and family seating men and women together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. It did lead to a breakaway minion, and we will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage of the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. But when he was irritated with her or wished to veto her, he would called her in German meine liebe Frau, which is, of course, a Yiddish or German term underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi of However, she had another connection. Her sister to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom Judith marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying into the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith, a third family from the Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued, and then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother, or from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. They're rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of to this image, even though they were married at the beginning of the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a private image. And it's a quote attribute as such. They remained childless, and this was a cause of pain to Judith. She devoted much to helping causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made it primarily in the mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which really just developed in the 19th century. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham. They had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. In fact, this was kind of like a red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. He looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, himself with family members who did the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like electric, and they had gas lines running over the place. It sounds, terribly dangerous, but that had for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance, he saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on the family fortune that made it that he was one of the prominently wealthy Jews of the 19th century. In 24, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age, although in reality he was regularly back at the office for various personal activities. His activity was ultimately political or social or philanthropic nature. So he was still very much working with this, but when he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. Well, started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. And just to give you what it must have been like, he and Judith bought something like this, and they would travel throughout Europe and throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for journeys that would, for us, take just a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places, and he was very fond of compiling, very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home at one point, he saw boats docked there preparing to go to Jaffa, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously, It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. I should mention at this point, his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was, in some cases, quite ignorant of the halacha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Lira, who I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to those halachot, with regard to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, it's enough already. Like, it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money. All of those of you on the internet who have money, please share it with our students in the scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor. And we should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropy was that it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. And certainly, that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land, were so wildly successful, was because he said outright that whatever monies we collect are intended for the poor will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember what we talked about last week when we looked at the Fidah. This is a period in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history and mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Fidah that we saw last week, and then the Fidah and other messengers, Meshulachim, would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent Hebron, and 2, 3, 4 people representing the same poor population coming through town. And if you just gave, 100 lira to the first collector representing Hebron, and the second guy comes, he's also representing Hebron, and you begin to wonder, how much of my donations are actually overhead, and how much are actually getting to the poor people of Hebron? So there were several competing organizations that claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often, I don't know what to do with all these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something that we see even in the charitable world today. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, that required travel in places where there was no real secure rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, on their very first trip, no one would travel with them from in Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid that they would be besieged by piratemen who agreed to travel with them. And he said, "I'm be fine. We won't be attacked, but just to be safe, everybody like an Ottoman Turk." In fact, they had to dress up like Turks with turbans and the whole thing. His wife as well, and they couldn't get Dammit any come with them, so he had to secure the money he had with him in 11 skits, distributing it through his luggage, and just hope that they would not be attacked. Very dangerous kind of travel. I would like to read you one passage here. I have a couple of passages in which he describes the kind of feeling he had when he was in these places. Okay, so when he first saw Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, "With humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, make me more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, and more useful to my pure brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceful. May my God guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care." Get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem. It was a life-changing experience for him. He, over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall, he's living in Jerusalem at this time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work, to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth, coming in these decorated carriages, especially in later trips. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting guy. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Earp, I have six guns. It's not like that. It's like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except, right, with a big, old office, a medallion of office with red robes and things like that. And he would appear, and people would be astounded that a Jew could be wearing these kinds of clothes and representing, one of the most powerful maritime countries in the world at the time, empires. He believed very much in setting up various types of vocational endeavors for Jews. Sometimes I got into trouble. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's seen in Jerusalem today. The windmill was one of his many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and in Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing wind power to ground grain into flour would be something that would enable them to be quite productive. They didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The thing was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it. So it's more of a kind of a visual icon than a very productive means of production for the Jews, but nevertheless, it was quite a significant statement, and it was a visual reminder of Montefiore's presence there. The almshouse here, by the way, set up for the poor, were paid for, as well as much of the windmill, by a bequest of $50,000, which is an incredibly sum at the beginning of the 19th century, from none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of Turo's beneficence even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to the poor of Israel, and he chose Moses Montefiore to do this work. The Min Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself. Its Hebrew name, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have a quick look at the next thing. So, to give you one example of the kind of stories that are associated with them, on that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they were crossing the Mediterranean. And there was a tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified, and the sea was raging. And it happened that I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this is some kind of an amulet, a talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for the people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless. No human blood in them whatsoever. That will become relevant shortly. But I shouldn't even say that. It's scary. But at any rate, it's just bread and it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the afikoman, and it's a particularly prized piece that is saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of folk remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility invocation. People do different things with it. But anyway, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the afikoman into the water, and amazingly, the sea calmed, and everyone was safe. And after that, everyone was blown away and said, wow, this guy's a real Moshe for sure. This is really, so they gave him a tremendous amount of credit, and he recorded this in his diary. And this is, by the way, the story that they read at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Touro College and healthcare. Sorry, not Touro College, Judah Touro and healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Touro name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The Chalukah, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a communal basis, if you walk up and say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, that will have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet, just put it here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Gura next to him, who's helping with the translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Rabbi giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore would sit there, and they would have a little conversation. He would give charity to them, and of course, this is the way he maintained the census, because he was able to keep track of how many people came to him, and so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. It meant a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who need help, and it had a huge impact. He was not above getting into trouble, however. For example, one of his visits, he was very much interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in this audience are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim Dome on the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built and we'll have to find someplace else for the mosques. But that's kind of like the embassy discussion. At any rate, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kodesh Kodashim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount, Jewish practice since the destruction of the temple has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting rabbinic differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory, and in fact there are some opinions which are rather outliers and say no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps because they may actually be walking in a place which is permitted only to Kohen Gadol, with the high priest during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar because all these Jewish communities, most Jewish communities, were saying, "How can you possibly transgress and walk in this space?" So there are a couple of interesting stories, and actually he was put in cherem. He was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all of the charity, despite all of his good works, it didn't matter if he flagrantly violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount. He was excommunicated. So we should have to pause it on this now. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that, in fact, he did not walk anyone out. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs. And so the non-Jews, for whom there is ironically no prohibition to walk out there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling of who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was put into cherem, when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the cherem, all the rabbis who had formally excommunicated him. And of course, they received this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah that following Shabbos, he asked the Gabbai to read a Mishaber, to read a blessing on all of the men who had excommunicated him. So he repaid their ostracism with inclusion, he repaid with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about what kind of person Moses Montefiore was. It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of this particular cherem, that it may not have even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because among the many projects that Judith was very interested in was women's education. Again, the whole idea of making the Jews, the impoverished Jews of Jerusalem, productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living. She opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Beis Yaakov movement. And Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, here at Touro College, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, and that's something that's replicated not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world in early 20th century. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, mixed dancing or ways. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the cherem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment, as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. That's a perfectly. I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but I can get in trouble. Anyways, that's some of his. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Jewish very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way, on a personal way, that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, we should try this in shul today, they were fined. It was a fine that you had to pay. If you didn't show up often enough, you had to pay a fine. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine, and he showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine, he asked to become the Rabbi himself. And he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle, why aren't you coming to shul? And he literally revolutionized the attitude towards shul among his socials. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was about Tshuva himself in this regard. But we go on. There's so much more to say about it. I jumped ahead a little about this, right? I talked about this without even a slide. There we go. So what is, I think, most significant, though, in his religiosity? Because as I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional texts, but he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I've given those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah in modern Hebrew, or in Sephardic pronunciation, it's hard to translate properly. Literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the Hebrew word melacha, which means labor. It's effort, to do things, to physically carry things and get sweaty. That's part of avodah. If you say an eved, a slave, right, or a servant, depending on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do work. So avoda is something that you have to reach down into your kishkas to do. Kishkas is another difficult term to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avoda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and the service of the temple. Service in the sense of, so we use the Hebrew word as well, sharet, to actually provide for another. So the avoda in the temple would be to provide, so to speak, for God, but there's also an avoda for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avoda, which is again two elements of both physical labor, effort, and service to the other. That it was defined by chesed. It's the second term I wanted to define. Chesed, again, hard to translate. It's generally rendered as kindness, but in the context in which it appears in a few places in the Bible, it means going beyond what is the norm, doing more than is necessary. So we were chassid, right, like the chassidim in Williamsburg and in Crown Heights and so on. So his chesed, his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other Jews? And for other poor people in general, how can I possibly help? And he devoted a tremendous amount of his energy to this specific task. Let's look at a couple of examples. So the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary assistance. In 1840, there's a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim named Namara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and the body lost by because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced in the context of the scandal, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human bones. They may have been dog bones or something like that. Anyway, we don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover matzah. Right, the old, ridiculous blood libel that has haunted the Jews for centuries. Complete fabrication that has no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always spelled doom whenever the Bible circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his blood. They arrested 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography as well. I'm not going to repeat them here, but they're just awful. And what ended up happening is 2 of the tortured Jews actually died while in custody. One tried to save himself by converting to Islam, and the remainder confessed. And that's put under quotation marks, of course, because they're confessing while being tortured. And they listed all kinds of names of Jews in the community, particularly prominent Jews, and said they were all involved in this crime to murder this man. Those people were also arrested, and the whole cycle began again, and it became quite an awful affair. At one point, in trying to seek more information, officials stormed a Jewish school and arrested 63 children and kept them incarcerated, separated from their parents, forcing their parents to give up the names of people who were involved in this crime. An absolutely horrible thing. It happened that one of the Jews that was arrested was an Austrian citizen. And so the Austrian government got involved and said, listen, we don't do these kinds of things. This is already 1840. This is the modern era. We don't do things. And it was reported in the Austrian press. The Jewish world got wind of it, and eventually it came to Montefiore's attention. And these Jews were still held incarcerated with dire consequences that they would be murdered on this ridiculous charge. So, together with Adolphe Cremieux, shown here, a very important French lawyer, with whom Montefiore did not get along. The two of them ended up being complete rivals over so many things, but nevertheless they cooperated on this and a few other ventures as best they could. It was resolved to send a delegation to the Ottoman Empire to say this cannot happen, and also complain formally to the French government to indicate that their government agents should not be involved in perpetrating such a crime. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of an individual in Egypt, and there, Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's libs and so on, and he demanded, together with Tenure, that this end. There were some other geopolitical events going on that would be too complicated for our purposes today, but ultimately it became clear to the Egyptian authorities that it would be a good idea to capitulate, at least in some form. So what they did was the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, although not a pardon. They were just agreed to let them go free. They eventually created by the way, there was a burial site created for the monk, and the inscription says, "Here lies Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood," and Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. But nevertheless, they also agreed to issue a firman, a document that indicates that in fact Jews do not drink Christian and so on. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the Blood Bible. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure. He was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, a commemorative community actually created this massive trophy for him, a kind of a commemorative thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus. The sphinxes represent Egypt, and on the panels shown down here, there are the whole story of Damascus there, and at the very top is a depiction of David killing the lion to save the lamb, a famous passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously the imagery is that Montefiore was like David, who goes out and faces down a tremendous threat. The lion, in this case, to save the lamb, the Jews of Damascus. So it's a very dramatic moment, probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. But, in the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon because Tsar Nicholas I, shown here, had issued a decree that all Jews had to be displaced if they lived within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the Austrian and the German borders with Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade. But Nicholas I, in his typically, autocratic and heavy-handed style, simply banished all Jews from this region, causing tremendous dislocation and suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here, by the way, is a picture of the Pale of Settlement. This is the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire between 1772, with the first partition of Poland, up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale of Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and in Hebrew and in other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland is also called the Pale. We have this phrase in English, beyond the pale, meaning beyond the normal boundaries. Anyway, so region of settlement, these are where Jews were allowed to live. So any Jews living within 50 versts of the bound of the borders with the West had to move to the interior of the Pale of Settlement, whatever the economic consequences were. Montefiore went over there. He met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was a key tenet of the reformers who were establishing the schools in Russia, was to get them to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using these schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the Russian Orthodox Church. But nevertheless, he did like the idea of the vocational schools. He met with Nicholas I's officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing with them and getting to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception in Vilna in particular. He and his wife visited the grave of the Vilna Gaon and shed many tears there, as it describes. But one of the fascinating passages is he had a debate with some of the local Hasidic leaders. One, Hitcher Mayer in particular, and I think, sorry if I'm not incorrect. But anyway, they had a long discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia, and specifically the idea of learning the vernacular. And of course, the Hasidim were opposed to it because they felt that this would represent the end of traditional society. So towards the end of a long debate, I'll just read to you from Dr. Green's book here. And it's very appropriate since we just had Purim here. This is the Montefiore's doctoral assistant and translator, tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment by arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of Bigtan and Teresh, right? Remember the story of Purim, that Mordechai overhears them plotting to kill the king. So he says, if Mordechai had not understood the language, he would have been unable to uncover the plot against King Ahasuerus. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Hitcher responded, this is a Hasidic individual responding, that the book of Esther proved quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that the Jews understood the native language, then Bigtan and Teresh would never have been so indiscreet. Right? They would not have spoken in the vernacular because they would have thought they understand. So Mordechai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin, this is the Talmudic understanding, and therefore a linguist. But the same did not apply to the masses. Unwilling to enter into such high-flown Talmudic disputation, Montefiore intervened pragmatically. Quote, if you are opposed to study of secular subjects, you will be qualified to protect your right to the government. Rabbi just smiled politely, praying for the advent of the Lord. But until then, we are well satisfied with you, honored sir. So it gives you a sense of how Montefiore was interacting with this complicated society, but also how he was regarded by traditional elements. A last period in which, unfortunately, he was not successful, and this shows how the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates the fact that Jews turned to him worldwide, was the horrible Mortar affair. We spoke about this briefly last week. Mortar affair is the story in which a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid. And when word got out to the church that, in fact, young Edgardo had been baptized many years earlier, the Pope actually arrested the child, brought him to a monastery, and raised him as a Catholic because he had been baptized. He therefore was a Christian in good faith, so to speak, regardless of the fact his baptism happened when he was a child. This is a famous portrait that tries to illustrate the moment of his seizure by the church. His mother is fainting here. What ended up happening is Montefiore was called upon, much as he was for the Damascus affair, to come sort this out. Please get this young, I think he was 8 years old at the time, child back from the church and reunited with his family. Montefiore went to Rome, met with many officials, was unable to persuade the church to release the child, despite international pressure, and in fact he had to go home empty-handed. Mortara, who is shown here as a baby on the left, and as an adult on the right, ultimately grew up to become a priest himself, to engage in proselytizing activity in the Jewish community. When asked about his feelings, he recorded that he has absolutely no desire to go back to his Jewish family. He accorded that sensation to none other than divine grace, that God must have implanted within him the desire to remain a Christian. Steven Spielberg, shown below here, is currently making a film that I'm sure will be an absolutely fascinating movie, which documents the horrible story of the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, which is the title of the film. I think it's slated for release 2018 or 2019. So to sum up his legacy, Moses Montefiore, absolutely phenomenal Sephardic individual, who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of an extremely well-to-do London Sephardic Jew. That he could expand his horizons far beyond his Brevis Marx synagogue and reach out to the Jews of the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking to you next week.
I guess, what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation, but I really loved it how this is an individual who stepped up to the plate, who saw what he was capable of doing in the world and then acting on it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiore's are out there. I wonder how many Montefiore's are actually watching this video. Interesting idea. If you are even a little Montefiore, please think about what you can do in the world and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of these things. First of all, share this video. Maybe that's the extent of your Montefiore-ness. Maybe that's what you can do to encourage someone else who might be able to help others in a significant way. And that's it. I mean, that's how you can be the one to inspire another person to do something great. If you want to push your Montefiore-ness just to the next notch, think about supporting our students with sponsorship of one of the lectures. We've got 2 left for this semester, or for another donation to our scholarship fund in general. I'll put the little website on the bottom here. And if you want to do even more, I don't know, the sky's the limit. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Thanks very much.
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. It looks like a bit of a sparse turnout tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's the subject, because it's a very unusual topic that we're going to address tonight. We're going to look at the life of Daniel Mendoza. A little bit of a departure from our usual fare of, like intellectual and spiritual greats. We're going to go into the physical world.
What's good, son? How's your day? All right, what's new? What happened, big dog? And so they concussed you?
What did the cop say? It's an unfortunate situation. How is things with your women? So how's your relationship with them? Or Doug, you gonna have an okay relationship with him, or do you want him to move out? Why did he want you in the first place? He not how's your other how's your other how's your other
Right. Okay. Did she read? Did she read? Right. So yeah, so they're done basically. What up, dude? How are you? I hope you feel better.
We're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igual Pero in Spain, whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources, there's no book-length biography, Doza, at least in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from beginning at the beginning of this lecture. Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when Jews of Europe just across the channel were enduring such tremendous persecution in the immediate pre-war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contest of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a pasty complexion, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, The Jewish Strongman, Daniel Mendoza, and the Assault on Stereotype in Late Georgian England.
a little bit longer study than the other two and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to cover the section, but there is a graphic novel on Daniel Mendoza published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and it's maturing. I don't quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. Perhaps they're intended for undergraduates and so on. But anyway, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen this before this lecture, but I'm putting a plug in for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the bare biographical facts. What are we talking about here? And it would be appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza in terms of statistics, because after all, he's a boxer and that's what people do, right? His year 1764, we're not precisely sure about that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 100. 160 pounds, or so just to get a size of what that looks like. He had just a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So, in other words, about my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting as a middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, Ali, you've seen Tyson and so on. They're like the size of a school bus, and he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, a chutzpah, was fighting against these big, tough Irish and Scottish and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewish history. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But yeah, I'm not even going to tell it, but it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used that to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was intentionally used status to portray his fights as kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless, he was regarded as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Okay. We should start with a little bit of an apology. As we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, we're putting in the same series as people like the Chida, Sir Moses Montefiore, Benvenida Abravanel. Put all those away for tonight. We're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. And as Rabbi Beryl Line, one of the doyens of popular Delta Ed period of Jews, likes to say you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. This is very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was, specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Louis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any type of Daniel Mendoza, and he wrote at the introduction, it is suggested that, and you have to imagine he's reading this before an august, panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that, though an apology is not necessary for the choice of the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. Meaning, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? He says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And were the subject of boxing, in fact, even more disreputable than its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is the thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity was well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you'll find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George, even before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it out of the way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists looking at his life have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference in police records to our Daniel Mendoza. So in some cases, it's possible we're talking about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly, there were crimes committed later in life after he had achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These earlier ones we're not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. I'm not going to make any statements here about the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother Rothschild always used to say that Jewish husbands are always the best because they don't drink and they don't beat their wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. Kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. But it's not hard to imagine. We know in real life that we live in an urban environment. There are all kinds of Jews engaged in all kinds of activities. We might be able to make some generalizations about when Jews go into crime. There are certain crimes that are more Jewish in character, like white-collar crime and things like that. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running in the streets. And among the things that this is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and he was, in fact, deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer. Here it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. And he was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly accosting her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. Excuse me, no, sorry, this was a male customer who sometimes bothered his female boss, so he came to a rescue. We only know some of these things not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving. So we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that the Mendoza, nevertheless, was a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. So we can see another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, King David, Samson, wow, plenty of them. But then the scope of the Middle Ages, Bar Kokhba, then it's really hard to find fighters. And Jews living under often anti-Semitic, persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. Mendoza was kind of like look at Mendoza. He's really what a Jew could be on a physical plane. It's a fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. The Jews had been expelled in the year 1290. The massacres in York, and Jews were essentially, personae non gratae in England for about 400 years. They were then readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And remember that, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built on the old Jewish cemetery. After they expelled the Jews, they had this wide tract of land. They just removed all of the gravestones, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. So one day, my wife and I were walking by, and she went up to the ticket window. My wife is like this. She has no fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person at ticket counter. She says to them, that all of this entire garden is planted on top of a medieval Jewish graveyard. And the woman says, "So that's why everything grows so nicely, right?" So at any rate, they're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially the Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth. They are making real strides towards acceptance. And in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1753, they said, let's pass a bill that was known as the Jewish Naturalization Act, informally known as the Bill, that gives Jews equal rights. Passed through the House of Lords, but when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. It's a bicameral house, kind of like Senate and Congress. So the Senate, as it were, the House of Lords said, "Okay, sounds okay." It's close enough, I think, for Americans, right? So the upper house said, "Sounds like a good idea." But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of locked in a limbo of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores and behaviors and attitudes and so on, but they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiore's last week, but the Yiddish-speaking Jews from German territories.
Sweezy. How you living, man? What's good, Sweezy?
Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider them equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing that there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of Menashe, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe, and there were some sort of, affinities drawn to the diaspora of the Jews to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is it's not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. The blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England. The first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, and not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulses. Fagin, for example, who's still about 100 years after Mendoza, 50 years after Mendoza, is a classic case in point, where Dickens created this character of Fagin in Oliver Twist, who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that went along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to advance an anti-Semitic agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo it by writing about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture from the period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. Well, first of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds, smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I shall explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up ready to go. In the background, you have like the beautiful British countryside, as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer? besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some time. So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it. But apparently, he adopted, like most boxers of his day, tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was like, it's amazing to me. They thought it was a big finish, an innovation. They should move out of the way when someone else punches you. You know, it takes a Yiddish cop, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simply standing there and trying to bend one way or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent that was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has a similar kind of approach, but beyond our scope today. So his fighting style was apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon, and we're going to create an open space, and whoever wins, wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, they decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways. And so therefore, people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who, realizing that Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his left hand by his hair and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into submission. And you have to realize that the rules of boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited. And so that he could do this was legal, although somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. The Mendoza haircut, in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, the gladiatorial aspect of it, the personalities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk, and it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today. And so people would be built up towards these kind of events. He pioneered that entire industry. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole. As opposed to just street fighting, Mendoza really took it to the level of an industry. Okay. His first fight is, I think, perhaps most indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 1789. And the fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported in the Times, a major British newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later, and there's some interesting small discrepancies between the stories. But at any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, a big box of baked goods. and he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and said some derogatory remarks that actually boxed him on the head. That was not a pun. He hit him on the head. Apparently, he was carrying a box of tarts on his head as well. The box fell down. They're all crushed and ruined. And Mendoza got quite upset, and he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not well developed. And the soldier was, after all, a man of war. Right? He was near 30, and he was a bully. Mendoza did not like bullies. It's true, I think, of many small people who don't like bullies. At any rate, so the Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring right there, and in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the quote from the paper. Then the Jew, note that he's the Jew. He's not just some 16-year-old. He's the Jew. That's all you have to say about him. To the surprise of all present, gained a complete victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story. It's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights, and he won. And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of the broken tarts. And right there in the spot, they paid him 5 guineas to make up his losses, and he went on his way. It's kind of an interesting adolescent start to this world-class fight. His most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and to guide him along the way. And under Humphreys' influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights that he lost, the 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career when he was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it. He may have had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school, not necessarily having enough funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family, he could never quite pull things together, even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get a very powerful rebuke. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their debts, and at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. It has 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the 3rd and final fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these 2 rivals. They had some arguments as well over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities. And apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century, it's not like there are gyms and there are like professional places where you go to work out. Such the very concept of working out didn't exist before the 20th century. So going someplace in order to exercise health or strength, maybe you'd see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So he put him actually in a house of ill repute. And he said, "Hey, why don't you just work out here? This is a place. It's close by. It was cheap, you know." And Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little wilting flower. Like, there are a lot of things he put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as the Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos, things like that. But he was not, we're not talking about chief rabbi material here. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, "I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training. He will just walk straight into the fight." So they fought 3 classic fights. Perhaps the most famous of them, you may want to say, but the most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza. I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can. It's kind of hard to read. It's written in script, which, by the way, most kids my 14-year-old age cannot read. They don't know how to read script handwriting anymore. Maybe it's a little bit too hard to read the whole thing. But anyway, here's Humphrey and Mendoza. And this is one of the seconds of Humphreys. This is the other one, a man named Johnson. These are 2 others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs, right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping him out. By the way, later on in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, also acted as a second for a boxer who was an African American who had bought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of like an interesting sort of career later on, supporting another outcast from society. At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humphreys was beginning to tire. At one point, the match was going very poorly for him, so his second poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped, and they got back into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his boxer, which is clearly cheating. Anywhere you look at it, right? Because the second is not allowed to get in there and block the blow. That's the dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. Even these Jewish seconds were saying, they said, "Oy vey's here. How could you do that?" But somehow he did it, and there was a lot of, public excoriation. That's cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that, and so on. They had to have that third final match, and in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one wonders, and I have not seen this in print from any of the analysis, but from just reading about Mendoza in a few different articles, I get the feeling that the whole thing was probably staged. Like, this just adds to the drama and the tension. That, you know what, Humphreys manages to eke out, not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on, it just makes you want to see the next fight. Makes you want to have Mendoza win in the end. So that's this kind of material was, in fact, au courant in the papers every day. People would read it, the sports page, that kind of material. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book, and this is sort of expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly I don't think this text is real. I can't get it up, but here's at a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King George IV, was there at one of the fights. We definitely will see his connection with royalty in a minute. George IV says, "You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people." And he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. And he says, "Yes, that's what I meant." So you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldsmith, any of the wealthy Jews ever got to meet him. This boxer, Daniel Mendoza, met him. And it's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them. or whatever they do with them. But at any rate, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he's supposed to behave at a Fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rules. He wrote, like if you can see this picture, I'm trying to figure it out. I should have done a little more research. But I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actual stewards. They're called stewards, or stewards. Yes, in America we say stewards. So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs, things like that. They send the dogs out with traps. Are the dogs supposed to trap the fox? Oh, the fox. Okay, fascinating. They're running out there, and I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hounds. The hounds run in front, and you have to run behind them, or vice versa. So anyway, he broke the rule. I guess he raced ahead with the hounds. So what happened was, happened to follow the sport in a way. This is from his memoirs, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the, he has some faux pas. And so some nobleman comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're breaking all the rules." He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. Not the right thing to say to the prize-winning heavyweight champion of the world. I felt greatly irritated by his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike him off his horse, be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited at learning almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than his grace himself, meaning the King of England, right? That's not, the King of England comes up to Mendoza and says, "You're breaking all the rules and I won't have it." And he says, "Oh yeah, well, I'll come down here and say that," essentially. So kind of humorous stories, but there you go. He constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though Jews did not have equal rights, he nevertheless seized on this, and he always portrayed him as kind of like a Zionist mentality of like the David versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had in the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century? It's hard to imagine. They actually had, like, Jews would sing these little rhymes at some of their events. This one is reported also in the papers that said, then this is a pro-Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right, to taunt Richard Humphreys. "My Dickie," which is Richard Humphreys, "was all the delight past the Gentiles in town, the Gentiles in town. What a damn them to be spoiled by a cursed little Jew." Meaning it's tongue in cheek, "I'm a cursed little Jew, and look what happens to you." He contemptuously viewed his opponent as huge giant Goliath. Right? The giant Goliath looks at David and says, am I a dog that you send out a boy with a stick to fight with me? So he really played up this kind of attitude, and he rode that media wave for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. And here's another picture from the one of these fights conducted out in the open. Mendoza is on the left, and Humphreys is on the right. He eventually wrote his memoirs at age 52. The motivation for writing the memoirs was most likely his deep tenure. That he was impoverished, he was not able to keep funds together despite accumulating great amounts. Somehow the money just disappeared. He engaged in a variety of business ventures, all of which failed, including a boxing school. He was actually sent to debtor's prison twice. His son also got in trouble and was sentenced to death for robbery. It amazes me that you could be sentenced to death for robbery, and ultimately that was commuted, and he was deported. I believe to a penal colony in either Australia or Africa, I'm not mistaken. But he had a very Canada. Canada didn't take criminals over there, but at any rate, he wrote these memoirs. So they're different memoirs because they're as most memoirs are, quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of darker parts of his youth in particular, but he played up the whole idea of here he's a Jew, and he's downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care, and he'll speak his mind to anyone, and he had the courage to stand up for his perception of who he was as part of the nation. In the end, he just fought too long. Like so many boxers, they keep fighting and fighting, and they don't retire as heavyweight champions. They still take another challenge and another challenge. For him, he had to financially. He simply could not keep going without the flow of income. He took a challenge from Gentleman John Jackson. The name is so ironic because it was Jackson who grabs him by the hair and pummeled him mercilessly. He had a period of decline. This is John Jackson's son here. Later, he got in trouble with the law again. A woman insulted his wife Esther over a debt of 18 pence, and he brutally attacked the woman and even chased after her when she sought to flee. Definitely not cool behavior for anyone, let alone a heavyweight champion of the world. When he was brought to the courthouse for this particular incident, the Jews of London blocked the streets and crowded the streets, perhaps to get a sight of Mendoza, perhaps to support him, but ultimately they were unsuccessful, and he was convicted and found guilty for that attack. So he definitely is not a poster child for all of the good character traits that we try to emulate in ourselves and in our children, but nevertheless, he's a dramatic illustration of a different path for Jews that can really reach great heights. Here is a picture where he looks a little bit more like me here. This is at age 43, he came out of retirement, the first of two times he came out of retirement, and he actually won a fight after a really horrific 56-round match. And these matches, by the way, the rounds had very little break time in between them, like 30 seconds, and they just go at it and at it forever. He tried again at age 57, so I'm not quite 57 yet, but just imagine somebody like me deciding to come back out of retirement, and he was not able to win at that advanced an age, but nevertheless it shows his triumphant spirit, that he could not be cowed in submission. Even age would not hold him back from his attempt to defend his title, and in many ways he's a fascinating sort of counterexample of the lives of Sephardic Jews in the modern era. That's it for my comments today on Daniel Mendoza. I hope you found this entertaining. Maybe not enlightening, but nevertheless entertaining. God willing, we'll be back next week to talk about Judah Turo, an American Jew of Sephardic extraction. Of course, it's going to be very important because this is raw. If we zoom in on this here, David, please. We are at Turo College. We are named after Judah Turo and his family, so it'll be a very relevant discussion of Sephardic Jews in early North America. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week. Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to see you all. Tonight's lecture is something really close to me because, of course, I've been working for Turo College for about a decade now. Actually, a little longer than a decade, although I'm my 12th year now with this college. And I thought, as I was preparing the series of lectures for the Jews of Sfarad, and now we're in the second semester with the Sephardic diaspora, I thought since Judah Turo was someone who was of Sephardic extraction, and he had a connection to place of employment, I thought that would be a nice kind of fit. And I thought that maybe afterwards I would send a link of this lecture to all my bosses and get a bust out of it. But I have to say that reading the biographical materials available on Judah Torah, I was surprisingly moved. I was actually, my eyes even welled up at one point while I was reading it on the Long Island Railroad. You know, he's an incredible individual with a tragic life story and made a phenomenal impact on so many thousands of Jews in his lifetime and beyond, right up until my own students in this very day. So I think you'll find his particular story fascinating, with some surprisingly tragic elements to it that really flesh out something that's only a name to us, but I think we'll understand a lot more about his background by the end of this hour. Let's just do some of the good welfare material to start with. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. When I asked her if she wanted to do it in honor of any particular individual or something like that, she simply said just in honor of Jewish scholarship. So that is, in fact, our donor for today. Just an important reminder that this is the last class we're going to have before the Passover break. We will return on April 16th. I mentioned in previous classes that I'm going to be leading a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer on Kosher Riverboat cruises, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great to be able to speak about the things we've discussed all year in actual locations in Spain and Portugal. There's only 12 cabins left, which is really nice. It's almost sold out, so it's a last push for anyone who wants to participate in this wonderful opportunity. Okay. Tonight's sources, we're going to be based primarily on one somewhat hagiographic biography by Leon Hörner, who was a historian who lived about 100 years ago. 1871 to 1967 are his dates. He was German-born, and he spent a lot of time in American Jewish history in 16 monographs, an incredible amount of, a very prolific writer, including 2 volumes of poetry, which I particularly admire. And he wrote a book called The Life of Judah Turo, which is, of course, our main source for today. That is the only biography of his that has appeared, although there are some fictionalized accounts in German and in English of Judah Turo. For reasons which are, maybe we'll return to it at the end of tonight's lecture, the figure of Judah Turo was very important to 19th century German historiography. His particular life story was part of the whole Wissenschaft des Judentums model of the ideal Jew, and so his life was portrayed in some German fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship of the period. Morris A. Goodstein, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph called Aaron Lopez and Judah Turo. These were major source texts for Hörner in his monograph. And some more recent material. Not a lot has been written on Judah Turo, but Bertram Cohn and Jonathan Ness. I also saw just today an article by Jonathan Sarna, a major American historian today, who wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Turo after his passing. So we'll get to that as well. Those are our main sources for today's lecture. So who exactly was Judah Turo? As I heard someone in the audience say a few minutes ago, he doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Turo that I am aware of. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1775 to 1854. And as one of his contemporaries remarked here, Colonel John Winthrop, it is a strong likeness of him in every way, perhaps too strong to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which the artist has not been able to transfer. In other words, he's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that's certainly true, but he did live a life of great solitude. A failed love affair early on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and he lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman, but very few social contacts, only reserved a small circle of friends that he closely associated with. And yet, at the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous production of philanthropic works in his will, and many during his lifetime as well that remained hidden until he passed. So this is the man whose life we're going to study from 1775 to 1854. Let's look at his Sephardic background. The story, as you'll recall, that we've been following since the turn of the semester is the departure of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And you've got lots of Jews we talked about, for example, the Chida making it out to Eastern Europe. We spoke about the Abarbanel in Italy, and we talked about Usque also in Italy. Last year we spoke about Da Costa making it to Amsterdam. There are many Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there were many Jews who actually went to Portuguese-held territory in Brazil. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper. And once they lived there, they found that their refuge was very short-lived, and ultimately the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented a tremendous hardship for the Jews living there. Over the course of the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese Jewry sought to escape, all the while maintaining their identity outwardly as Christians and retaining their Jewish identity at home. So that's the Turo family in particular. Many of these Portuguese Jews made it to Brazil because that was under Portuguese control at the time, and they were hoping that by moving from the center to the periphery, they would be able to escape the clutches of the Inquisition. This was unfortunately not the case. The Inquisition followed Portuguese and Spanish Jewry into the New World, and you had several major auto da fe public burnings of suspected Judaizing Christians. You had many of these Portuguese Jews living in Brazil at this time. And Brazil, of course, is highly religious territory. Once the Inquisition came there, it was unusually strong. So it happened that many of the Jews, these Portuguese Jews, were living in the northern section that was conquered by Holland briefly between 1630 and 1654. Holland, unlike Portugal, had tremendous religious freedom. Amsterdam, of course, was this bastion of liberal values in general and tolerance for all faiths. And so a lot of these Portuguese Jews who had been posturing as Christians for generations said, okay, it's Mardi Gras. So once Dutch rule came to northern Amsterdam, all of these hidden Jews began to show their true colors and were outwardly practicing as Jewish. This, of course, was a death sentence when the Dutch lost Brazil. And with the overcoming of the Portuguese, that meant that the Jews who were once again under Portuguese control simply had to flee. So you had a few dozen Jews leaving Recife, who eventually ended up in this point that as Lower Manhattan, because at that point, Lower Manhattan was, of course, New Amsterdam, was still under Dutch control. And so these erstwhile Portuguese Jews moving to Brazil to try and get from the center to the periphery, and then when it becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's see if we can represent ourselves as Jews. And when the Portuguese come back, then they flee. They end up here in New Amsterdam, which, of course, is New York City. Then from New Amsterdam, many of them moved out to Newport, which was at the time a bustling industry. And that's where we're going to pick up the specifics of the Judah Turo story, because a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport, and in 1658, 15 Jewish families from Holland came directly to Newport, Rhode Island, to join those few Portuguese families that had started there, and they included among them Judah Turo's father, Isaac, for whom, together with Judah, this particular college is so named. Are you able to get this over here, David? Does it show up? Can you see the Turo, or is it too low? Okay, good. There we go. So that's basically the story of how the Turos come to America. Let's look at them in particular. Isaac Turo is the important person in this particular story. Here's a drawing of the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. And remember, Portuguese, these are the Jews who have lived for who knows how many generations as Christians. And then when they finally get to a liberal place like Amsterdam, then they begin to express their Jewish identity. And it occurs many times in the community records. One Abraham Turo is named as the Guy de Terra Santa, which means the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. Recall we talked about the Chida. There are many organizations that were collecting charity for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Abraham Turo was one of those officials in Amsterdam who was responsible for that. He was also Parnas in 1682, meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious position. One of his descendants is Isaac Turo, shown here, who was born in 1738. He had religious inclinations, and he served as a chazan, as a cantor, probably more like a rabbinic position, without necessarily having smicha, without necessarily having rabbinic ordination. But in Jewish context, that really doesn't matter, at least for officiating at synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions. He moved to the New World, and he actually bounced around quite a bit. He served in Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he eventually joined these Jews living in Newport, where he met his wife. He served as a spiritual leader of the famous Turo Synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in North America. This is the building as it's located in Newport. It has some interesting architectural features, which are not really visible in the current configuration, but it included, among other things, a trap door right under the bima, so that people could escape, because they were always concerned that perhaps the Inquisition might come to America and Jews might have to escape at the last minute. It's a very fascinating synagogue. These fans are direct from the 18th century, very rare electric devices. No, I just made that up. Okay. Right, you knew that. Anyways, he ended up becoming the rabbi of the synagogue in Newport, which was not, of course, called the Turo Synagogue back then, but nevertheless, it has been associated with his name and with his illustrious son Judah, who we will explore now. So, what's happening to Isaac Turo, the Chazan who moved from Holland to Newport? He marries Raina Hayes of Boston. Raina Hayes' brother is an extremely important person in Judah's life shortly. They had 3 children, Abraham, Judah, the second son, and Rebecca. But then the American Revolution broke out. And ironically, while Judah, the son, ended up becoming very much an American patriot, his father, Isaac, was a Tory, was pro-British. And this never happens in the modern age, where a father and a son have different political viewpoints. But at any rate, the father, was concerned with the Revolutionary War, and so he ended up leaving Newport with the Torah scrolls. He took them to New York City, where he had some protection from the British government. And then when the American Revolution expanded still further, he ended up moving to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbi in Kingston. After living through this New York winter, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Jamaica for for position, but that's where he set up a stella, and unfortunately he died the year after. And so Judah, his son, was only 8 years old at the time. So following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from Holland, moves to a few places in the New World, settles in Newport, and marries there. And then with the revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica and unfortunately passes away, leaving his widow with their young children. She decides to go back to Newport, and the children are raised in the home of her brother-in-law, Moses Michael Hayes. Very important American patriot. Anyways, Judah is raised from the age of 8 in the home of his uncle, Michael Hayes, Moses Michael Hayes. Hayes, unlike his father, who was a Tory, Hayes is an American patriot who supports the revolutionary efforts, and he also has some rather unique, broad-minded values. And this is a small section from an abolitionist named Samuel May, who was a Ben Bias, was a regular householder in the Hayes home, a Christian, and he writes in his memoirs about what it was like visiting the Hayes so often. And he writes here, both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, or so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me, and I was permitted to stay with them several days and even weeks together, and I can never forget not merely their kind, but their conscientious care of me. I was the child of Christian parents, and they took special pains that I should lose nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required on going to bed to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an excellent Christian servant woman who lived with them many years. I witnessed their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and was made to feel that they worshiped the unseen, almighty, and merciful ones. Of course, I grew up without any prejudice against the Jews or any other religionists, because they did not believe as my father and mother believed. It's a beautiful short passage of a longer section here that describes how the Hayes home was clearly religious in nature, that they have their fasting and their prayers, and the young Christian child who was a Ben Bias there. I don't even know what the right English term for Ben Bias is. Someone who was a child who's constantly underfoot in your home and a regular guest without any invitation necessary. Usually their kids' best friends, like my boys' best friends are constantly eating at our house. I send a bill every 6 months to their parents, that kind of thing. So he was in their house, and when he would sleep over for whatever reason, the parents are out of town, who knows, ways to be, the Hayes would make sure that he did his regular Christian things, and they confirmed that while they had their own religious identity clearly well entrenched in their identity. So it gives you a sense of what kind of home Judah must have grown up in from a very impressionable age. And it also says something about the kind of values that he imbibed, that one which maintained a strong identity rooted in the Jewish tradition, but at the same time quite tolerant and even promoting the religiosity of others simultaneously. It's an interesting kind of combination that you do not see so often anymore. Unfortunately, here is the beginning of the tragic part. He fell in love with his first cousin, the daughter of the Hayes family. So here he is, a young orphan who's living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time he was. And he falls deeply in love with her, and she with him. And he begs her father's permission to marry, and he denies. It's not the issue of, I'm going to try to pronounce this word, consanguinity. Is that right? I hear some nods. Okay, thank you. It's not the issue so much of that it would be illegal in either Jewish law or in secular law for them to marry. Probably not recommended, but for whatever reason, we do not know. The sources are sparse in this area. The father objected and would not allow Judah to marry his daughter. He tries a couple of interesting stratagems to keep them apart. At the age of 23, when the love affair is still not going away, and Catherine isn't going to date anybody else, so he says, okay, and Judah, by the way, at this point is working in his international import-export business. He says, Judah, I want you to lead a ship that's going to go all the way to the Mediterranean. It'll take you 2 years to manage this particular mission. But at least in the biographer Herna, that after 2 years of separation, she'll meet someone else. Maybe he'll meet someone else, and their puppy love will die off. It's also a pretty dangerous mission. He ends up being attacked by pirates. He survives the venture. He actually saves the cargo. He ends up becoming a huge success, and he comes back 2 years later, mission accomplished with a phenomenal amount of of positive results to the venture. But the father says, no way, no with an olive, you cannot marry my daughter. So Judah importunes him, and so Hayes fires him and says, you're out of a job, find someplace else to live. So Judah Turo, not sure what to do with himself at this point. Right now, all of his efforts to marry Catherine are blocked. In Newport, it's a small town that's dominated by his would-be father-in-law. There's no way for him to go out and make a fortune, so he heads off to the most likely place for it. He goes to New Orleans, which at this point was an extremely important port, as we shall see. And he thinks he'll make his fortune there, and perhaps he'll be able to return after he's, an established individual with his own home and so on. Perhaps then he'll be able to marry Catherine. Turns out that never happens. He never marries. She never marries. And at the end of our lecture, you'll see they actually die within a few days of each other. It's kind of a star-crossed lover sort of story. At any rate, let's bear in mind how that must have had an impact on his growth as an individual. He shows up in New Orleans as a young man, now in his 20s. The population of this port city was about 8,000. And this was prior to the mission of New Orleans. It was still before the Louisiana Purchase. But he realized that this would be a really important port for your continent because it's at the bottom of the Mississippi Basin on the Gulf. Tremendous opportunities there for South America, North America. It's good climate for lots of international trade and so on. This is well before Katrina, obviously, but he thought that it would be excellent. And by 1840, just 4 decades later, it became the 4th busiest port in the world. And you understand the context of it here. Only London, Liverpool, and New York were bigger than New Orleans as a port, with more cargo going in and out. And it was actually the 3rd largest city in the U.S. and the wealthiest per capita city. So by 1840, the wealthiest city in the Union, based on per capita basis, was in fact New Orleans. So his gamble was well planned, and it worked out for him because he became a phenomenally wealthy individual there, working in mercantile endeavors. He owned several ships, some of them captained by Daniel Marcy, shown here, who later became a representative to New Hampshire. And these ships I tried to get some pictures of them. Some of the ones I've seen in the books really wouldn't reproduce well, but these massive 1,000-ton ships, 4 or 5 large masts, constantly carrying goods all over the world, all focused in the hands of this one individual, Judah Turo, who is sending them left and right and managing every single detail of his far-flung business enterprises with a tremendous degree of concentration and attention to detail. And he sent out his clerk to buy him a new cloak. And before the clerk could come back, another vendor came into the store saying that they're on sale for $2 cheaper at a different store. So he sent that clerk to go buy it for $2 cheaper. And when the clerk came back, he told him to return the cloak. So in other words, he saved himself $2, which, okay, maybe it would be the equivalent of $50 or $60 today, but still, for an incredibly wealthy man, not a large amount of money. But at the same time, he wrote a $5,000 check to tzedakah to charity on that same day. So he may be very parsimonious with his own, parsimonious. Did I pronounce that right? Thank you. Are you an English teacher? Because you nodded at the other one too. English major, thank you. There's one word I used to get wrong all the time, reverberate. I used to say reverberate. That's reverberate. Anyways, so Judah Turo may be very, very particular about $1 or $2 here or there for his own personal needs, but extremely philanthropic and generous with his money, as we shall see shortly. Here's the center of his business in New Orleans, massive buildings. Imagine these pictures for like the 1840s, really quite significant. Compare them to Macy's on 34th Street, buildings like that. Really quite incredible facilities. He himself occupied a tiny office, and he never moved from it for the entire duration of his business career. He had no need for the big corner office with lots of windows and things like that. He was just very content to work in his own small home. He had an apartment rather than a house. He lived very simply in it all his life while becoming tremendously wealthy. He had, as I mentioned, very few friendships. He was a very private life, especially after his wounding in the War of 1812. One of his best friends was this man here, who was later his literary executor. And by the way, I should mention, I forgot to mention earlier, part of the reason why we're so dependent on a few biographies is because, like Montefiore, his contemporary, Giuditturo insisted that all of his personal papers be burned after his death. We don't know, for example, what kind of correspondence he carried on with Christina in New York, with Catherine. Thank you, Christina would probably not be appropriate. Catherine in Newport, but he left over like a slew of business papers, of bills of lading, things like that. But his personal papers were lost. It apparently took several days to complete all of the burning. But we do know about him from other people who wrote in their own memoirs about him. One of those is the stories that we have about his friendship with Reverend Davis Shepherd that was cemented in particular on one dramatic moment on the battlefield. This is from the biography of Andrew Jackson by James Parton, and I'm going to read you a section about Giuditturo here. So Giuditturo, the far famed and far beloved philanthropist of New Orleans, on this day, January 1st, 1815, served his country in a capacity much more dangerous than that of a combatant. When the state was invaded, Mr. Turo was attached to the regiment of the Louisiana militia. After performing severe labors as a common soldier in the ranks, Mr. Turo, on the 1st of January, volunteered his services to aid in carrying shot and shell from the magazine to Humphrey's battery. In this humble but perilous duty, he was seen actively engaged during the terrible cannonade with which the British opened that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him and which made many of the stoutest-hearted cling closely to the embankment or seek some shelter. That in the charge of duty this good man knew no fear and perceived no danger. It was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly and dangerous wound. And what ended up happening is that he was lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh. This man, Reverend Shepherd, ran out there, grabbed his prone body and dragged him back to safety, got him to medical attention. It apparently took close to a year for him to recuperate, but it ultimately saved his life, and they maintained a very close friendship for years thereafter. He was one of the few associates, a non-Jew, who was very close with Giuditturo. But I think it's interesting to contemplate how here, by 1815, he's really quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for a dozen years, and yet he volunteers for the militia, and he's out there doing the grunt work of carrying shot to the battery to be able to reload, to allow the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman who at this point is in his late 30s, early 40s. Quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious, as I mentioned earlier. He didn't like going to synagogue very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, and so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when a Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitudes, and he ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some deep attachment to his Sephardic roots. And he was also secretly, at this point, giving thousands of dollars to charities all over America. And
Looks good. Well, what happened? Talk and audible? How'd you find out about it? Word. Okay, well, welcome. We'll watch Jewish history lectures. You'd enjoy.
And across the world. We've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to Alms House, which is right by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of seed money at $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practice of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of Kaifeng in China were discovered. Here you can see some of those Jews from that region. And he gave thousands of dollars to be able to support this struggling community, which amazingly was not able to make a go out of it, even though they had such tremendous proximity to authentic Chinese food. They simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to keep it going, even on December 24th. Here, but his philanthropy went far beyond Jewish life as well. And he was an incredible supporter of non-Jewish causes as well. And this is, I think, something signal about Judah Touro and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the rabbis enjoin the Jewish community to support communal causes, even if they are primarily benefiting non-Jews. The Talmud says explicitly that the Jews have to support non-Jewish graveyards, non-Jewish hospitals, and non-Jewish orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Touro took very seriously, and for which he was probably much more well known than he is for his Jewish activities. And here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church, the first Congregational church in New Orleans, that had gone bankrupt, and they were going to be evicted from their premises. So he writes, Mr. Touro became the purchaser without any conditions expressed or implied as to what disposition he should make of it, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt, and noble Israelites snatched us from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, receiving not enough in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. We might have torn the church down and reared on the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000. He was urged to do so, and at once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property that there was not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after its destruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building for the congregation, where we have worshiped till now, free of charge. Is there a Christian society in New Orleans that has ever offered to help us? It's an amazing kind of, to use the term from the Jewish sources, a kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action of kindness that would be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this was not Judah Touro. Judah Touro, like his would-be father-in-law, was very tolerant of all faiths while clinging very strongly to his own, and he put his money where his mouth is. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. He established New Orleans' first lending library. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States of America, meaning a free public library. This is, I know, appealed to Dr. Lander, Olav Shalom, when he established the name Touro, because here Judah was clearly very interested in public education and free education in providing for the community as a whole. This is a picture of the building that Touro built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Touro infirmary that you see some of the buildings of it. He contributed, by the way, he created the hospital, which is known today in New York as Mount Sinai. That came from Touro's seed funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Touro Medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields. And really quite impressive, his name, particularly in the South, is all over the place because of the tremendously generous donations that he gave. There are so many stories about how he secretly gave money. In one occasion, I recall reading in some of the letters served that he heard that a particular building was falling down, and he said, "Listen, I'll give you money. Please do not reveal where this source came from." And by the way, when I walked by it the other day, I saw that the entire road leading up to it was rather in bad repair. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also put in good repair, and once again has to be done completely confidentially. So a tremendously generous individual who is looking to do something productive with his funds. Really quite amazing. Now let us turn to his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated in many ways. He was ultimately passed away in New Orleans, but he asked to be reinterred next to his mother. He wanted to be buried next to his mother, and of course that would have been close to Catherine, who also died just a few days after him, and was also buried there. This is actually his gravestone. In his funeral cortege, all of the orphans in New Orleans followed his hearse because he had supported 6 orphanages. He had maintained the facilities and the costs of 6 orphanages in the city. So they brought all the children out to walk behind his cortege as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, a Jewish society thought that we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Touro. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. I should have done the calculations, I apologize. But $500,000 in 1854 would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, who knows, $20 billion today. It's hard to imagine that kind of money. Imagine Bill Gates plus Steve Jobs plus whoever giving away all their wealth. He had no children, so he gave all their wealth. Well, maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy giving away lots of money. Incredible. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Catherine. He did not realize that she was going to pass away shortly, but this incredible, windfall for struggling congregations essentially established them and allowed them to continue well into the 20th century. So anyways, they thought, let's build a monument, and they sketched out a couple of large, statues where you could see his figure and you could get a sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who had a name for himself later by writing a book called Drei Jahre in America, 3 years traveling through America. He went by the name Binyamin Hasheni, which was an echo of Benjamin of Tudela, this medieval traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Touro, not because he had anything against Judah Touro as an individual. And in fact, he praised his philanthropy, but he really maintained that a plastic image, a stone image would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. To make a statue that would be quasi-worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that really could not happen. And Binyamin Hasheni, the second Benjamin, held the day, and so as a result, no specific memorial other than the gravestone was erected to Judah Touro, although his legacy is celebrated in many other ways. And of course, the most important way that we should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Touro College. So without, we could easily spend an entire hour speaking about the founding of Touro College, which maybe we'll get around to sometime in the series. But let's just take a minute to see what is the connection with Touro. Why Touro? So this is the founder of Touro College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, who at the age of 54 decided he would just give up his prestigious position at another important university in this city and just start his own college. And everyone thought he was crazy except for his wife, who said, go ahead and do it. And she was his main support. And he set about with tremendous success to create this massive institution, which now has campuses in Jerusalem, Los Angeles, Moscow, Berlin. We have 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. And it's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We can go on with these things. How did he come to choose the name Touro College? So this is the official biography here by Peter Weiss called The Lander Legacy. It's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that when he was tossing about for names for this college, and he had to find some kind of, motivational figure to start this project, it happened that it was rather rushed. And in 1969, an important member of the organizational committee had to register a name for a state charter. So Leon Rice chose the name the Hebrew College of Brooklyn. Now, it happened that Dr. Lander was not pleased with that impromptu name that was filled out essentially for just had to have a name. You can't just start a college without a name because he felt it was too limiting. First of all, our mission at Touro College is really a dual mission. Dr. Lander articulated this vision where Touro College would serve the traditional Jewish community in a culturally sensitive manner, but at the same time, Touro would also be dedicated to serving traditionally underserved communities. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. And you don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, that's way too limiting. So we had to cast about for other names. So the other names that came up, they thought, okay, how about, because it is such a visionary and unusual kind of place, let's call it New College. The only problem is, New College has already been taken. There's lots of new colleges around. There was a new college where I was educated in Toronto, the new college in Oxford, so you can't just call it New College. So then they said, okay, how about naming it after Israel's first chief rabbi and call it Herzog College. There is, by the way, a Herzog College in Israel right now. But they were concerned, well, maybe the family wouldn't like that. Maybe the family has other plans with it. So Herzog College didn't fly either. And then here's my favorite. They thought, okay, what about, extremely important individual in the founding of Israel, because Dr. Lander is very Zionist and very much pro-Israel. How about we name the school after Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Lander said, no, then what will happen is the students will be called cookies, and that just won't work in English. But we could have been Kook College. That's not impossible. So ultimately, after a long discussion of many of the options, Dr. Lander decided on the name Touro College after Isaac because of his just credentials and his service as a Chazan, and after Judah because of his tremendous philanthropy and his tremendous love of both Jewish people and the American people. And I think, humbly, it was a very appropriate choice, because a lot of the values of the college, the fact that we will have, these tremendous programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts, but there's not an education desert. And at the same time, we have, one of the largest undergraduate programs. I think we are the largest undergraduate college for Jewish students in the world, maybe outside of Israel. But those two kind of visions are very much, exemplified by the life and work of Judah Turo. I have one more photograph just for my own satisfaction. Here's a picture of me with Dr. Lander. This is me here when some of my beard was still a little bit darker. This is Rabbi Alan Senior. Rabbi Senior and I were involved in setting up a campus in Miami Beach for Turo College, and here we are at the Fontainebleau Hotel with Dr. Lander. I have many personal memories of the brief number of years that I knew him when he was already quite an elderly man, but it was through him that I think I really channeled the ideas of Judah Turo, and hopefully we can represent those well to the next generation with our student body. And that's the presentation on Judah Turo. I hope you found this fascinating and as inspirational as I did. And I hope you all have a tremendously wonderful Passover. Look forward to seeing you on April 16th. Thank you. As you are well aware, the pattern that we've set for the past couple of years actually is to do biographies where we look at a particular historical period through the lens of one specific perspective and try to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight we're going to do something a little bit different. We have to do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme, look at the Holocaust, writ large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. So let's do the good and welfare very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for the season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Emma Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Ovadia Yosef to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Okay, let's go to the subject at hand then. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust, is subject to what one scholar, me, called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's 2 elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands for a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that, especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who, associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying the most arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective. We're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also by extension popular culture is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazi Jews, particularly if we try to, focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed metaphor, but I'm not going to go either. Okay, so let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah and as a lead up to understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that required detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews, how is it possible that the entire continent could bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally, no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few people in underground bunkers. There was really no major resistance against it. We'll talk about France, or perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after, and the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aims, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely the Soviet Union communism can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to democratize, and you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people, were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, shalom al nafshi. At that point, we kind of wrapped things up, and we were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Grosjat in Europe, began to poke holes in it, saying, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? If Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler actually set up two different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the Lublin region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier if that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, in my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the function began to rise. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of millennial proportions, a Malek. There's nothing to say about that. This is not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw that people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of their legislation, and they saw that, hey, no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht, we have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, people are killed, and what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists who argue that the Holocaust was a function of the war, as the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to implement it to a terrible degree. That's a big. And so, for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. And you have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is a deeply embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment. Perhaps when we have more leisure, we would look at that. Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out with the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debates. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is news. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for, but ultimately, and we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones, meaning they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town, and if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews. The person could be shot for being outside of the region, but there's no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. Two types of ghettos develop. Some, like in the Polish city of Łódź, seem to operate on the model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive, the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit. So you can work, let's say, in the textile factories that populated Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Other ghettos, like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be simply holding pens for Jews to starve. That they were there to just attritionist places where Jews were given. For example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150 calories, which is basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those reading tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 at night, no, per day. So an adult male has to eat about 1800 calories. Jews were given 150 calories. So they were like intended for starvation. The starvation was, in fact, the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war of 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need, to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest generals of the region. Maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the west first, in France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on. leaving England for later, but attacking with punishing brutal air campaigns. And once the West was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort, and at the same time, Hitler was trying to advance a second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppe, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in and went to the tiny Städtlach where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Städtlach, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them dig their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was going to impinge on his troops movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw he was able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he can get away with something even more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual incidents of organized mass murder. And it's significant to date. June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder. Kristallnacht is a massive, upheaval and pogrom, really of a 19th century variety, and there are lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen, single action events. You don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functionalist argument. So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We should recall that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s. And he put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. Jews were only a tiny minority of the camp population before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here in Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. The Jews of Slovakia were experimented on as to find a more efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known by the German term Vernichtungswege. Vernichtung in Yiddish means literally to make into nothing, right? Vernichtungswege as opposed to Konzentrationswege, meaning they're there in order to make people into nothing. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who had been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw at the Umschaltplatz, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars where they were for days trucked across the landscape. They would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed. But those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, which is a significant chemical used in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo-doctors such as Joseph Mengele, the Wasser Engel, the white angel, they called him. He specifically liked taking children who were twins because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentation, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, would it be possible to sew on another leg? So they can simply remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them off to the front. And in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority of Jews, of course, would be taken to a gas chamber like this one at Majdanek. They will be exposed to a rat poison called Cyclone B that would mix with the air and would asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes. And then other Jews would be brought in to remove their bodies and take them to crematoria for burning. I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history. It pains me, though, that my students, my undergraduate students, they're what they call the 3Gs, the third generation after. They may have grandparents who experienced this. They may know grandparents who experienced this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a 4G that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So it bears repeating, primarily for the internet audience, because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea, even a 15-minute presentation such as this. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who happened to be fortunate enough to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944 and 45, many of them by the Russian army. And many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Musulmanes or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living and they felt nothing. They literally felt no pain. They had no more effort to even eat, and they would typically die within a few days. They were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed a gruel that encouraged diarrhea and then forced in very brief periods of time to use these latrines. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote really one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor. And after finishing the book, like many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. And he wrote about the latrines. He argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an experimental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, lose all distinguishing features such as their distinct clothing, their hair. It was forbidden to refer to another Jew by their name. You had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the most basic of civilizing elements of our lives, to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another time. Now we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide. This is a map that shows you the deportation range, which essentially extends from France, Drancy was one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeast Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only briefly. As this map shows, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. And just looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. This, Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. And if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is of course slightly later than our time period. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, you can say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held the territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. We see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, until 1904, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was allied to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian measures that once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. In North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is that Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews will survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 3. Let's go 2 here, is colonialism. Especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism in the local populations who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation that you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we will drive the communists back. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, I got these out of order, but I'll go back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews tend to be, and still tend to be, far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tend to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, language, and culture. They did not have nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages with local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazic lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted a phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jewish norms, and they did not help them one bit. So let's have a quick look at the three main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience from the Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnesus, at the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's three zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria, that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center here, which is occupied by Germany directly. And then you have the very large section here, which is occupied by Italy, of course, also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with its full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local community records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This was not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they, in fact, do so and send their Jews to death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things, and like, the reality is the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deported their Jews in advance of a request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territorial expansion. He just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One last footnote about Greece, perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of the Jews of Thessaloniki is the centuries-old Jewish cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many because it really was centuries upon centuries, large region in Athens, and it was taken over. The stones were removed and used as materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. The Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, were very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. Just incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were easily within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison that we mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace was something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier, we talked about Barbarossa. The Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the vermin. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you had in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. And the revocation of certain privileges, such as the Kremlin Decree of 1870, that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims, was removed, and a statute juif was imposed in its stead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust, because I'm feeling it is a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah, and for the Kedoshim, many of whom you know personally, who at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. Hope you all have an excellent week. Going, I'll see you next week. We speak about Emma Lazarus, much more cheerful topic, the great poet of the New Colossus, Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, again, say a few words. My name is Adi Shmilov. My honor to be a part of the first night of men, or even primarily the ladies. They're honored and happy to have such a great turnout. So They can say a few words and to introduce our esteemed speaker. They also prepared for Eli Mansour. Unfortunately, what's feeling well, so, as I was saying, we have with us our esteemed guest, Dr. Kennedy Abramson. He's been a wonderful friend and advocate as well. Not only has he provided us with the fantastic course material and riveting presentations of Florida history for the past 2 semesters, he also promoted us and our mission on numerous fronts, including the report social media outlets, over which folks must sweat. We had a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for his help and special guidance. For those that do not know, Dr. Henry Abramson serves as the Dean of the mighty Avenue J campus of Florida College, a native of Northern Ontario, Canada. He earned his PhD on dissertation on the Jews of Ukraine, and he held postdoctoral and visiting appointments at Harvard, Oxford, Cornell, and even at the University of Jerusalem. He also wrote 7 books on Jewish history, and taught most recently historical context of the Ash Kodesh, and is the only person ever to have been published by both Harvard University and Feldheim Publishers. His research has been recognized with research grants from the National Endowment of Humanity, United States Holocaust and Memorial Museum, and is a recipient of excellence in the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His personal website has over 20,000 followers, global followers, with online lectures. Not to mention the ever popular Monday night lecture at the Torah College, which all people hold up with everyone there. So, without further ado, I'd like to give him a warm welcome, Dr. Henry.
I'm very grateful for those warm words of love. I'm so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Mansour is not here because that's one of the main reasons that I came, because I really wanted to hear him talk. So I'm also deeply grateful for you here. If you don't mind, can you just take a selfie? Just take a second. Okay, everybody. Okay, because it's such a big crowd. Wait a second. Okay. Here we go. Okay, everybody, smile. Okay, I think I got us. There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay. Wow, I'm going to send it to my wife so she knows I actually was here. Okay. So tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause in a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions. This is not really my area of expertise, but I really enjoy studying this material, so we'll do it together. So let's just go back to the beginning of the lecture. Great. Okay, so first of all, great thanks to the Well. I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office a while ago. Of course, she's herself a distinct.
Please. Look at this. Let's see this? Look at these moves. All right, so look at this. Yeah, but give us a play-by-play. While you're listening to this great whole China podcast. All right, kids. Firstly, I'm starting to think like it's on the sky. So here's what we do. We go live. I've never given anybody step-by-step something. So everybody's like, oh, you don't do anything on this. But guess what? Basically, but come over here and start this one. Why'd you start that one first? I don't know. It's just what I do. Then I go over here. So then I just ninja move. Then I go like this. This. But then I just let it. Really? Let me get some athleticism. Folks, I'm going to try to summarize this for you as best I can. I just did ninja move. Look at this one. So I go like this. I go like this. I go over here. I was like this one because luckily me over here. No, I would rather have them shit on me on the bad game. Really? Maybe. I'm really trying to not get through the athleticism that we're witnessing. Look at these moves. Look at this one. Look at this move. Look at this, folks. I'm really trying to summarize this for y'all in case you didn't know how athletic this was. It's really